2015 Vize-Europameisterin ist sie gewesen im vergangenen Jahr mit Nicole Nobile gemeinsam. Und die beiden haben hier ja schon gewonnen. Deiner einmal, Nobile bisher zweimal in Saarlouis. Ja, gerade die Platzwahl, Aufschlagwahl hier absolviert auf dem Center Court. Das Spiel wird geleitet von Stuhlschiedsrichter Maurice Wickler. Er hat hier mit den Damen gerade die Platzwahl durchgeführt und dann wird es in wenigen Minuten hier losgehen. Wie gesagt, wir haben hier die zweiten der Setzliste, Weltranglistenplatz 3, die beiden Brasilianerinnen Sophia Shaw im hellblauen Dress und ihre Partnerin Vittoria Marchesini hier vorne vor unserem Moderationszelt im schwarzen Dress. Das sind die beiden Brasilianerinnen, wie gesagt, im vergangenen Jahr bei den Weltmeisterschaften im Viertelfinale aus dem Turnier gespielt. Dieses Jahr aber schon einige Turniererfolge hinter sich und dementsprechend weit oben in der Weltrangliste auf der 3. Position. Und ihnen gegenüber stehen die beiden Damen, die in der Weltrangliste auf 15 und 19 geführt sind. Also rein vom Papier her ist das eine Angelegenheit für die beiden Brasilianerinnen. Auf 15 der Welt Elena Francesconi, die Italienerin im schwarzen Dress, im weißen Dress. Die Europameisterin diesen Jahres, Vize-Weltmeisterin, letzten Jahres Vize-Weltmeisterin im vergangenen Jahr gewesen mit Ariadna Costa-Grael. Und sie hat ihre Partnerin Julia Treppa, die 19. der Weltrangliste, in Schwarz dort drüben mit dabei. Das also die beiden Duos, die hier auf dem Center Court im Halbfinale unterwegs sind. Und für alle die, die natürlich auch noch drüben am Platz Nummer 2 ein paar Informationen brauchen, da stehen sich gegenüber Veronica Casadei, die 10. der Weltrangliste, und die 14. Ariadna Costa-Grael, die Spanierin, die im vergangenen Jahr eben, wie ich es gesagt hatte, mit Francesconi gemeinsam Vize-Weltmeisterin wurde. Und Casadei, das ist die Europameisterin des vergangenen Jahres. Die beiden spielen hier gegen die 3 der Setzliste. Das ist die 6. der Weltrangliste, Flaminia Daina, und die 5. der Weltrangliste, Nicole Nobile. Beide gemeinsam im vergangenen Jahr Vize-Europameisterin geworden. Nicole Nobile war das auch schon 2022. Nobile hier in Saarlouis bereits zweimal erfolgreich gewesen, hat dieses Turnier zweimal gewinnen können, an der Seite von Sofia Cimati, und Flaminia Daina damals mit Giulia Gaspari den Sieg geholt. Also einmal konnte sie dieses Turnier hier in Saarlouis bereits gewinnen. Das sind die beiden Damen, die auf Platz Nummer 2 unterwegs sind. Also nicht hier auf dem Center Court. Dort also Elena Francesconi, Julia Trippa gegen Sofia Shaw und Vittoria Marchesini.
2 minutes remaining. Meine Damen und Herren, Shaw Marchesini haben die Right One und wird Rückschluss. Shaw Marchesini won the toss and choose to receive. Remaining.
Da drüben auf Platz Nummer 2 wird bereits gespielt. Erstes Spiel im Gange.
Seconds remaining.
Well, a very warm welcome to semi-finals and finals day of the Saarlouis Classic, the 5th Sand Series event on the ITF Beach Tennis World Tour calendar. I'm so excited to be here in Saarlouis and to be bringing you this mega event. We really are graced with the world's best beach tennis players this week. As I said, we are in Saarlouis, a small town in West Germany, just a few miles from the French border. We're in the Grober Market, host to our magnificent Sand Series event, alongside also the German Beach Tennis Championships, which will be taking place on the outside courts here in this magnificent venue with the lovely backdrop of the St. Ludwig Catholic Church, which we'll no doubt see on our pictures very soon. Slight change of location from last year's Saarlouis event. This tournament is ever growing, and as a result of 400 plus players playing this event, as well as the German Beach Tennis Championships, they needed a bigger venue. So here we are in the Grober Market. As you can see, plenty of beach tennis courts surrounding this centre court, where we will see quarterfinals yesterday. What a day that was, setting up these magnificent semi-finals we have for us today. First up on centre court, it is the Italians, Elena Francesconi and Giulia Tripper, our number 6 seeds. They're taking on the number 2 seeds, Sofia Ciao and Vittoria Marchesini, aiming to book their place in the women's final a little bit later on. And over on court 1, we have the other women's semi-final. Italian Veronica Casadei and Ariadna Costa of Spain taking on the formidable Flaminia Diner and Nicole Nobile. Of course, Nobile winning here a couple of years ago, so she knows how to get it done here in Saarlouis. So all eyes on the women's semi-finals first of all. Seconds away then from getting this first semi-final of the day underway. It will be, I believe, Francesconi and Tripper to get us underway on this near side. Vittoria Marchesini then, over on the far right side of your screens. Marchesini, only 18 years of age, ranked at a career high of number 3 in the world. Having such an impressive week here this week in Saarlouis. As the first lengthy rally of the day goes the way of our second seeds, Ciao and Marchesini. Marchesini 44-9 on the year, so had a really great first half of 2024. She's partnered with Sofia Ciao, 27 years old, slightly her elder. Also at a career high of number 3. So they really do complement each other well and have had so much success since starting out as their pairing. They'll be taking on this pairing here of Francesconi and Giulia Tripper. Francesconi, youngest player, amazingly, at 17. You would have thought at 18 Marchesini might have been the youngest, but no, Francesconi tops that. The Italian, currently ranked at 15. Topped the rankings at 13 earlier this year. She partners Tripper with her back to us just now. Nice touch from Giulia Tripper just there to get her campaign underway today. Always a boost of confidence to get that first winner on the board.
Ganz stark gespielt von Tripper, die hier den Ausgleich bringt. Da ist so unentschieden.
Deciding point.
No messing around then. Our first game, and we see the first sudden death juice point of the day.
Yeah, sure.
And it's Chow and Marchesini who
Also, da setzen sich die
take it.
Brasilianerinnen hier am Anfang mal durch. 1:0.
Flowing with confidence are our second seeds.
Für die dritten der Weltrangliste.
Yet to drop a set here this week.
Der Setzliste. Schoh und Marchesini. Also
They came through their first round 6-2, 6-4 over the Estonian pairing. Second round came through 6-4, 6-3 over Cherutian Masai. And then, of course, yesterday afternoon coming through that quarterfinal 6-1, 6-4 over the 8th seeds Fernandez, Palos and Lotti. So they will be, as I said, flowing with confidence. They're a pairing that have had so much success together this year alone. Of course, champions in Brasilia only a couple of months ago in June. They took out Patricia Diaz and Rafaela Miller, who were upset, of course, yesterday in one that they wouldn't have been expected to lose the number 1 seeds, but proved not good enough when coming up against Veronica Castaday and Ariadna Costa.
Starkes Spiel hier auf dem Center Court.
Marchesini a little bit relieved to get that point on the board because she was so out of position getting to that short ball that she managed to somehow retrieve on the dive. And I thought there were calls of out from Julia Tripper urging her opponent to leave that one as she thought that was going deep earlier on in the rally, but so difficult to know when it's tight margins as it is. That's a lovely return though from Elena Francesconi.
15.
Beautiful touch on that return. Potentially a slight miss hit there off an apology from Julia Tripper, but she'll take that, no doubt. Ended up in the perfect position, right in the corner of this centre court. We did see so many breaks of serve yesterday, so it will be fascinating to see if that trend continues today on semi-finals day. Oh, and the call initially by the line judge was called out, but I believe Chow and Marchesini have gifted the point back because they saw that ball to be in. So great sportsmanship from the second seeds here. Can we see? Such a tight call, so that's great to see. Break points then. That one, though, is deep. And so 2 from 2 then. We have another sudden death juice. I think we could be in for a tense day, given the start that we've seen so far in this first semi-final. Terrific finish
Und dann schiebt sie in der Höhe
from
des
Sophia
Sets
Chow, I think it was.
gelaufen, aber das war dann halt eben der Punkt. 2:0 für die beiden
Just got enough work on that ball to keep it nice and low. Too low on that occasion for Francesconi to do anything about it. So they build on that first break of serve.
Julia Tripper to serve.
2 games to love to our second seeds.
Ja, drüben auf Platz Nummer 2 ist man schon ein kleines Stück weiter. 3:1 die Führung aktuell für Daina und Nobile.
Tripper and Francesconi then. They've had a pretty tough route to this stage of the tournament. Came through a battle yesterday over Sofia Cimatti and Greta Giusti. Cimatti, of course, champion here in Saarlouis back in 2022, with her partner then Diana Nobile, who's in the other semi-final over on court 1 at the moment. Tripper goes just along with that serve. They want to get themselves on the board here. Won't want to go double break down. That would be catastrophic, you would have thought, for this first set. Found the gap. Too good for Chow. Oh, she's seeing that ball really well in the last few points. A shot that Chow and Marchesini might have to do a bit better of covering if this match gets into the latter stages, if it gets any tighter. Brilliant exchange there for Francesconi and Tripper to get themselves on the board. Really impressive from down in that game. But it's Chow and Marchesini who continue their lead. They lead by 2 games to 1, first set.
Spiel. Marchesini da am Ende mit dem Schmetterschlag.
Francesconi, hands on hips, can't quite believe that she ended that point like that. Because it was a high quality point. But they're just not quite engaging the legs and the body as much as she should have done to get back for that smash. Francesconi, of course, reigning European beach tennis champions with Gaspari. That's been her biggest title to date.
Auftreffer hinübergespielt von Shaw und dann vollendet sie am Ende.
Of course, Gaspari and Valentini opting not to play this Sand Series event. Of course, have had such a great year, winning in Reunion. They're runners-up in Ribeirão Preto earlier on in this year, in April in Brazil. Of course, made the semis in June at the last Sand Series event in Brasilia. Francesconi, tripper with the break. We're back on level terms here in this first set. And it really is a full-on time of year for these guys. It's a busy schedule throughout the year, in fact. Of course, with the added Sand Series events over the last couple of years, 7 in total now. And of course, we have our Sand Series finale, the big one they'll all be looking to get to. It's the biggest amount of prize money they've seen on the calendar in beach tennis's history. So it does mean when they are able to get a break, whether that mean it might, you know, if they have done well, for example. Good finish from Sophia Chow there. But if you are a pairing that have done well in the first half of the year, such as Nini Valentini and Giulia Gaspari, it does present an opportunity to take a break in this middle parts of the year. It's not going to have too much effect on their ranking, I shouldn't think. Delightful smash from the 18-year-old. Love the work she got on that in the end. Curved it right out into the corner. No chance for Francesconi. Oh, it was a joke of a block from Sophia Chow earlier on in that rally, but couldn't quite sustain how much pressure they were being put under. Great pressure from Francesconi and Tripper, the Italians. Didn't miss by far, but she'll be a little bit disappointed with that one. Could have been back on 30 all and potentially half a chance of a break there, but much more difficult now from 40-15 down. No. Just looked like she was going for too much on that occasion. And it is another break. It is our second seed, Sophia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini, who lead by 3-2.
Now 15.
Unusual miss for Chow. She does possess such good hand skills up that close to the net. Of course, Chow, known for being an extremely good tennis player, as well as beach tennis, played the Wimbledon Juniors event a few years ago, so certainly knows what to do when she has a racket in hand, whatever that racket might be. Wow. Great close from Marchesini.
30, 15.
She knows that that was a really aggressive point, but you love to see it. It really does pay off when you are the aggressor in this sport. When you can close that net down, take the ball above the height of the net. Goodness me, it makes this game so much easier. But yeah, Chow got to a career high of 109 on the ITF circuit for juniors in tennis. And of course, it often see it so often translates so well into the beach tennis game. Of course, the likes of Matthias Botto, also a former tennis player. He'll be playing later on this very court following this match with his partner Nicola Gianotti.
So, Marchesini.
4:2, wieder 2 Punkte Vorsprung für Jean und Marchesini. Aber das hatten wir vorhin schon mal. 2:0 und dann ging es wieder mit 2:2 weiter. Erneute 2 Punkte Führung für die beiden Brasilianerinnen, die dritten der Weltrangliste.
So, Marchesini leading the 4 games to 2.
Wow, that was a seriously impressive maneuver from Julia Tripper. I think it was. It might have been from... Yeah, it was Tripper earlier on in this rally. Able to, as I said, maneuver her racket so she was able to play a forehand. That was seriously impressive.
59.
Still a pretty closely contested first set, despite the Brazilians being a break up here, 4 games to 2. It has been hotly contested so far. Not much between these two pairings. Francesconi and Tripper won't be afraid of going the full distance. Of course, if they can, they'd much prefer to do it in straight sets, but when you're up against the likes of Chow and Marchesini, former Sand Series champions, of course,
30-15.
the current world number 3s, match wins don't come easily, that's for sure. And given in the style they won yesterday, they'll back themselves. Even if they do lose this first set, they know they can beat higher seeded opponents going the distance. So it will be fascinating to see as this match progresses how Francesconi and Tripper respond. But with that missed block from Francesconi, it brings up another break point for Chow and Marchesini. You would have thought this is really set point. Yeah, and there it is. A disappointing miss from Julia Tripper after the return, following up the serve. And it gives the Brazilians, the world number 3s, a 5-2 lead going into the changeover.
Starke Saison in diesem Jahr schon gespielt, viele große Turniere im Finale gestanden, gewonnen. Auch im Halbfinale viele große Turniere gespielt. Deshalb Weltranglistenplatz 3 für Sophia Shaw und Vittoria Marchesini, die beiden Brasilianerinnen. Auf der anderen Seite mit Elena Francesconi, die Dame in Weiß dort. Das die Europameisterin des vergangenen Jahres, Vize-Weltmeisterin war sie mit der Spanierin Ariadna Costa-Grael im vergangenen Jahr. Und ihre Partnerin Julia Tripper, 19. der Weltrangliste. Und gemeinsam sind sie hier die Nummer 6 der Setzliste. Aktuell im Rückstand gegen die beiden favorisierten Brasilianerinnen.
Toll. Lauf ich hin.
I do wonder what the mindset is going into serving for a set, or if you are indeed down. And, you know, would Francesconi and Tripper hope to get this game and then get broken on their serve if they are going to lose this first set, you know? Would they prefer to start the second set serving or returning? You would have thought returning, given the nature of how these matches have been going the last couple of days. So often against the serve, games have been won. So I do wonder if Francesconi and Tripper would love to win this game, if that's what they can do, and then if they are going to lose this first set, I'm sure they'd prefer to lose it on their serve, so they can start that second set returning. If you're Chow and Marchesini, I think you just get it done. I mean, they've been playing really solid throughout this first set. I don't think they'll mind, given the fact they've been able to hold a few times. They'll back themselves whether they're serving or returning most game opportunities. So set point, 2 set points for Chow and Marchesini. First one saved. Sudden death juice. We got a break point. We got a set point. What's it going to be?
Immer noch ein Satzball, aber auch die Chance auf der anderen Seite zum 3:5 zu verkürzen.
And it's wide from Francesconi. The smash goes wide, and that is reticent of that first set. Just a little bit too error prone from the Italians. And the Brazilians, the number 3 in the world, the number 2 seeds here at the Saarlouis Classic, are a set to the good. And over on court 1, the other Italian pairings, Flaminia Diner and Nicole Nobile, are a set up 6-4 that first set. So these semi-finals are well and truly underway. And we have a classic to look forward to later on. It's the number 1 seeds in the men's draw, Nicola Gianotti and Mattia Spoto, taking on Branco and Oliveira of Brazil, the number 5 seeds. You had a great win yesterday. And of course, over on court 1, it's the other men's semi-final following the current women's semi-final. It's the 6 seeds, Giovanni Carani and Danielle Molla, taking on Mathieu Guegano and Hugo Rousseau, the number 7 seeds. So as Francesconi and Tripper focus on figuring out a strategy to get back into this match, it's Chow and Marchesini who are already back on court and looking to continue this fine form into this second set.
Time. Second set. Elena Francesconi to serve.
Whoa. Slight miscommunication from Francesconi and Tripper. They're both going for it. I mean, you'd rather that than neither of you go for it, but a little bit of hindrance for both players there. Not the way they'd like to start this second set if they have any hope of getting back into this match. But I do think there's hope for these guys. As I said yesterday, coming through that 3-set battle,
Last 30.
of course, getting that huge win over the 4th seeds, Sofia Cimatti and Greta Giusti. There is the magnificent Sud Ludwig Catholic Church. It really is a stunning setting here in Grober Market in St. Louis. Saarlouis, of course, we are in the district of Saarlouis, close to the French border, just out to the west. Oh, it's just dropped long, but what a point from all 4 players. What defense from Chow and Marchesini. Block after block, just going straight back. There was just no way through Francesconi and Tripper, but eventually proved too relentless for the Brazilians on that point. Yeah, nice finish from Sophia Chow. Seeing the opportunity when it came, saw that Julia Tripper was down and out, so went back to that side, and that paid off beautifully. Early trouble then in this second set for Francesconi and Tripper, already facing 2 break points. Nice touch. Julia Tripper coming up with the goods at a crucial stage, you feel, for the Italians. Want to do everything they can to not get broken here. But it's Chow and Marchesini who continue to put a foothold on this match. And they've just taken the opportunities when they've come to be the aggressor. As soon as that ball pops up from Francesconi, they are all over it. And there's just no chance for Tripper to get that one back and get themselves back into the rally. So a strong start from the Brazilians. They're already a break up in this second set, having won the first by 6 games to 2. The Brazilians are looking very, very strong indeed. Of course, Saarlouis, a place not only with rich history in beach tennis terms, but also, of course, the town was actually built as a fortress in 1680 and named after Louis XIV of France. So, a place with rich history all around. But in terms of beach tennis, it certainly is a place where the beach tennis world looks onto for this week in August. Of course, last year's champions Patricia Diaz and Rafaela Miller bowing out yesterday in the quarterfinal stages. Getting the better of them was Veronica Cassidy and Ariadna Costa, the number 5 seeds, who are currently a set down, but a break up over on court 2 in the other semi-final of the women's event. So the conquerors of the number 1 seeds looking to fight back in their semi-final over on court 1. But over here on centre court, it's the Brazilians who are continuing to dominate this semi-final. Terrific smash from Julia Tripper. Huge amount of power on that one. When you do possess that much racket head speed, precision becomes slightly less of an issue. You don't want to be going too close to the lines. You'll notice when they do go big on that smash, most of the time, they'll play it with a decent amount of margin and try and go through the player, aiming for the body. Francesconi goes just wide with that one. Didn't need to go too close to the lines, as I was saying. You're just giving yourself a tough shot when you're aiming for the lines. But you'll notice when they do play with a little bit more touch, with a little bit more precision, they'll tend to slow the pace of that ball down. Just gives themselves a little bit more safety on that particular smash or whatever that shot they're playing is. That's 2 saved. 1 more break point for Francesconi and Tripper. Can they clinch it to get this second set back level?
So many times in that game, in that match.
Oh, the serve came off the net, but somehow, look at this, it comes off the net, but the reflexes of Julia Tripper are astounding. Somehow she manages to get it back. And I think that just put off Chow and Marchesini in the end. I mean, I think they thought that the serve had done enough, especially after topping the net going through. So perhaps the Brazilians just falling asleep for a half a second. But we're back level in this second set. And that's caught the line. The Italians stringing together a few points here. And there simply is no better time to do it when you're pulling back level and hoping to try and get yourself in front for the first time in this set.
Ja, hier die vierfache Chance jetzt für die Italienerinnen auf 2:1 zu stellen. Wir hatten ja schon mal die Möglichkeit gehabt. Und dann ging es doch noch über den Einstand. Also, da machen sie den Punkt. Die beiden Italienerinnen gehen
Magnificent from the Italians. They give themselves a chance in this second set. Reminiscing yesterday's match in their 3-set win over Cimate and Nobile. Positive signs. It's the Italians that lead by 2-1 in this second set. Just looking back to that 3-set win yesterday for Francesconi and Tripper, they were able to get 57% of return points won across the match. And I don't believe they would be that high yet in this match against the Brazilians. So I do think that's something they need to try and just get up a touch higher. Is their return points won. Made a big difference yesterday in that 3-set win. And if they're going to try and do the same here, I think that's going to be a big factor. Oh dear. Misjudged from Francesconi on that one. From our perspective, we knew that was landing in all the way through, but when you're there, sometimes difficult to understand where you are on the court. But you don't see it that often because these players are so good at knowing where they are. Their spatial awareness on the court is second to none. So an unusual error. And for Francesconi and Tripper, how are they going to make sure they're getting a few more points on return? I do think that that short return into the server's side is so crucial. It is difficult when Marchesini is coming in from following up the serve of Chow. You can see here she's getting ready to move in. But if you're Julia Tripper there, I think you've got to play it short. Take a punt of where Marchesini is going to go and play it short to the other side. Which then you'd hope sets up Francesconi for a slightly easier shot and gets yourself in front in the rally. But for now, we are toe to toe in this second set. 2 games all. Over on court 1. We're back on serve. Cassidy and Costa trailing by 3 games to 2 against Dinah and Nobile. There's the precision we often see from the racket of Sophia Chow. Takes a touch of pace off. Gets the angle she wanted. Beautiful stuff from the Brazilian.
Last 13.
Taking charge of these points are the Brazilians. Just been able to get hold of that first big shot of the rally. And then from that moment onwards, not looking like anything will faze them from the racket of the Italians. So a few break points then. Which they're able to take on the first. What a fab smash again that was from Sophia Chow. She's seeing that one really, really well at the moment. Sees the space. Francesconi and Tripper position themselves in a way that left the space open on the right-hand side of the court. And Sophia Chow finds it superbly. So they go 3 games to 2 up in this second set and lead by a set to love.
Punktgleich auf Position 3 der Weltrangliste.
believe it was in,
Love
but
it.
initially was called out by the line judge. I'm not too sure what went on there, but the point goes to Francesconi and Tripper.
Berührt da die Linie.
Really is neck and neck this second set.
Tripper.
Can't separate the two pairs.
15-0.
Beautiful serve from Sophia Chow.
Ja, vorhin sind sie beim Stand von 2:2 dann davongezogen.
Excuse me, Vittoria Marchesini that was.
Die beiden Brasilianer.
Marchesini had such an impressive 2023 with 14 titles,
3:2 liegen sie hier im
not to
zweiten
mention the
Satz.
Pan American Championships. Only 18 years of age, but her motivation is second to none, and at such a young age, you've got to think that she'll go on to do such amazing things in this sport. Already a multiple Sand Series champion. Yeah, that's nice. I do love that play. Pushing
14-15.
one side back. On that occasion, it was Julia Tripper. And then going short. And there's simply nothing that they can do. Francesconi has to cover her side. Unless she was to risk poaching and taking Tripper's short ball out of the air. But so difficult to read.
Oh, starker Block von Francesconi.
And I think that's the play I was talking about earlier, that Tripper and Francesconi on the return have to look to do a little bit more. Playing short to the server. It can be difficult to execute, but when it does come off, it really is the perfect play.
Wieder geht's in den Einstand hinein. Nächster Punkt entscheidet 3:3 oder 4:2.
Use the setting time.
Chow and Marchesini, they really are the informed pair, having come off the previous Sand Series event in Brasilia, taking out the #1 siege, the #1 in the world, Patricia Diaz and Rafaela Miller. They are having a fabulous season. But they're facing a break point here. Oh, that's an absolute scandal from all four players, if I'm honest. The reflexes of Sophia Chow on the right in the white. But that one was no way that was coming back. And Francesconi and Tripper, they're keeping their dream alive. They are not giving up on this one. We're back level in this second set, 3 games all. And if I bring you an update from Court 2, it's Flaminia Diner and Nicole Nobile who continue to lead that one. Having won the first set 6-4 and a 4-3 up in the second. Of course, following that one over on Court 2 will be the first men's semi-final. Brazilians Giovanni Cariani and Daniel Molla taking on the Frenchman Mathieu Guegano and the Brazilian Hugo Rousseau.
Bleibt an der Netzkante hängen. Der Schlag von Francesconi.
Can't stress the importance
15.
for the Italians here, just to continue stringing these points together. Such a big point and such an important point it was in the last stage of that last game, getting that point. Oh, but as soon as you give these guys an inch, the Brazilians will take it. And because it is such fine margins in this sport,
Love 30.
It is so difficult to string points together and gain momentum.
Love 40.
And in a blink of an eye, we're now back with break points for the Brazilians to give them back their lead in this second set. You've got to feel for Francesconi and Tripper. They've done so well to claw back this set every time. But that one goes deep, and the Brazilians are back in front. They lead by a set and 4-3 here in Saarlouis.
So, Marquezini leads 4-3. So, to serve.
The number 2 seeds just 2 games away from taking themselves into the final match of Saarlouis Classic. Ooh. Blimey. She was all over the court on that point. Anticipating Marchesini on that shot, and the acrobats over the court's branding. Not too much space surrounding the lines. You can see the green lines where the court is mapped out. Not too much space around that. It is quite an enclosed centre court. But what an experience it makes it for the fans, being so close to the action. It is a great atmosphere at these beach tennis events. The Sand Series put on such a great experience for everyone coming to watch.
Jetzt auf der anderen Seite für die Italienerinnen die Möglichkeit, das Rebreak zu holen. 4 Chancen auf das 4-4.
And for the people of Saarlouis, how cool is it to have their Grober market turned into this beach tennis event with numerous sandy beach tennis courts at their disposal. And that one goes wide to the frustration of Sophia Chow.
Es bleibt hier spannend. 4-4 auf dem Center Court.
And it's no surprise we're back level at 4-all. There is the beautiful venue we are, St. Ludwig Catholic Church. in the backdrop. Of course, we are host to the German Beach Tennis Championships as well this week. So, German players across the whole of the country bidding to become national champion here in Saarlouis, West Germany. You can sense the frustration here with eyes back on this centre court. All four players really struggling on serve. And you can really, you do feel for them because they're doing all they can and they know it's coming. It's almost in their head now of just reminiscing over the past games of this set. That's a nice serve, though. I believe that's the first ace of this contest. Finally, a 3-point on serve, something that has been so rare this week here in Saarlouis. But that really was pinpoint perfection. Looks like Marchesini's covering that one a touch more now.
Gespielt auf beiden Seiten am Ende. Marchesini mit diesem Schmetterschlag.
15-30.
That's nice from the racket of Marchesini. Not phased by the ace that went straight past her early on in this game. Has played a really good returning game after that. And they've put themselves in a position where they can break. And if they do, they'll come back out serving for a place in the final. Oh, and I thought that had dropped in. She's hit that shot so well, but it was a touch more difficult than the one she's had earlier on in this match. Tripper just doing enough on that pickup to get Sophia Chow out of position, but it didn't miss by far. That's unlucky from the Brazilian. Two more break points coming up. And you hate to see it from the racket of Francesconi. The service fault gives the Brazilians, the second seeds here, the world number 3s. They will come back out after the break serving for a place in the Saarlouis Classic Final, the 5th Sand Series event on the ITF Beach Tennis World Tour calendar. They're looking to make it 2 Sand Series championships in a row.
15. $15. $30, 15.
It's landed long from the racket of Julia Tripper. Chow and Marchesini looking good here.
Im zweiten Satz, dem entscheidenden. Im Einzug, ins Finale zu ziehen. Die Brasilianerinnen oder die Italienerinnen.
And with that missed return, it does bring up what you thought was an inevitable couple of match points for the Brazilians.
Wir brauchen vielleicht das Publikum noch mal ein bisschen. So clap your hands, come on.
And it goes deep. And the Brazilian pairing, the Sofia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini, are into their third straight Sand Series final in 2024. They've given themselves a shot of 2 Sand Series in a row. They'd be the first pair to do that since Giulia Gaspari and Nini Valentini of late last year. And they really are the informed pair in this event. They've come in such good form. They have such a good amount of confidence. And they will be back on this very center court later on today for a shot of being crowned champions here in Saarlouis.
Who will be
Their opponent still unknown.
in the final two?
The other semi-final still in progress, with Flaminia Diner and Nicole Nobile set to the good and 5-4 up in that second set. But still unknown as of yet who are semi-final champions. We have just witnessed taken out Francesconi and Tripper, Sofia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini. It is their time right now. And what a 2024 they are having. We will hear from them very, very soon indeed as they speak to Jana Aruka, our presenter, down on the court.
É isso aí, Evandro, Rufino, Daniel Canelas. First of all, in English for ITF, Sofia Show, Vittoria Marchesini, finalists here in Saarlouis Sand Series Classic. Sophie, how are you feeling after this match? Your first final here? So, what you can say about this?
Yeah, we were talking about this, that we never played on the center court here until yesterday. It's an amazing feeling. It's a very nice tournament, one of the classic tournaments of beach tennis, so it's very special to make a final in this place.
That's it.
Wow, who would have thought it would have been their first appearance on centre court yesterday in their quarter-final match? That's something that surely they wouldn't be used to. Being the current number 3 in the world, of course the number 2 seeds, it was inevitable they would end up on this centre court, given the amount they are winning right now. But so good to see how much it means to them to be into the final here for the very first time Sophia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini, they will be back on this court later on today for a shot of being crowned champions here in Saarlouis. But don't leave us yet. We've got plenty more action to come here. Next up, it's the men's semi-final. Our top seeds, our world number ones, Nicola Gianotti and Mattias Botto, taking on the Brazilians, Leonardo Branco and Anal Oliveira, the number 5 seeds. No doubt that will be another classic here on centre court. So stay with us. We'll be back soon for that first men's semi-final of the Saarlouis Classic.
Costa Grael, jawohl, und das Publikum geht mit, so clap your hands in the rhythm, come on. Wir wechseln nochmal die Seiten beim Stand von 9:4. Publikum mit, jawohl, Hände raus. 9:4 der aktuelle Stand. Und da ist es passiert. Veronika Casadei und Diana Costa Grael ziehen ein ins Finale der Sand Series Saarlouis Classic mit einem Sieg von 4:6, 7:6 und 10:4 im Match Tiebreak. Sind sie die Gegner von Shaw und Marquezini.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Centre Court here in Saarlouis in West Germany. What a semi-finals day we've been having so far. The women's semi-finals are, I believe, are now both done. Apologies for the delay in getting this first men's semi-final underway. We were just waiting for that second women's semi-final over on court 2 to finish, which it now has. And it is indeed an upset. Veronika Casadei and Ariadna Costa have taken out the number 3 seeds 4-6, 7-6, 10-4. What a couple of days they're having. They were the ones that took out the number 1 seeds and defending champions yesterday, Rafaela Miller and Patricia Diaz. So into the final they go. They will face Sofia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini in the final, and that will follow this men's semi-final and centre court, which is the much anticipated matchup we've all been looking forward to. It's the number 1 seeds. It's the world number 1s, Nicola Gianotti and Mattia Spoto, over on the far side of your screens. And of course, on the near side of our screens, it's Leonardo Branco and Oliveira, the Brazilian, who will be fancying their chances against the number 1 seeds today. Why not, they reckon.
Classic, starting with Nicolas Gianotti from France and Mattia Spoto from Italy, playing against Leonardo Garosino.
So moments away now of getting this first men's semi-final underway. Of course, the other men's semi-final, the bottom half of the draw, are playing over on court 2. The clouds starting to hover over, unfortunately, now, but it has been a beautiful morning so far here in Saarlouis, in West Germany, not far from the French border. Of course, we are in the Grober Market centre court here with Alan Oliveira starting us off. And it's a delightful 1-2 punch to get us underway. You'll see Branco looking to poach a lot today. He does it so well. He's always looking for it. Beautiful from Giannotti. The world #1 showing some class already. Oh, the poach from Mattia Spotto, the Italian, giving themselves a look at a couple of break points early on in this first semi-final. That sails long from Alan Oliveira, the former tennis player turned beach tennis pro, missing the smash on that occasion, and it's an early break for the French-Italian partnership of Giannotti and Spotto. They'll be delighted with that start to get themselves on the board straight away in this first men's semi-final. You'll notice there's a fair bit going on around the grounds. Of course, you've got the chiming clock tower of St. Ludwig Catholic Church in the background here in Gobber Market in Saarlouis. Of course, you've got constant songs coming out of the speakers, all for the fan experience that beach tennis provides. It really is a sport for the fans. The people of Saarlouis have been really enjoying coming down to the Gobber Market this week. Of course, the German Beach Tennis Championships taking place here this week, all vying for their chance to be crowned German national beach tennis champion. And what a chance for the German players to be alongside the world's top players of this beautiful game. The German championships, all ages, all stages of life. Playing on the outside courts around this magnificent centre court. Interesting to see if the men here are how they fare on serve. We've seen it in the women's side of things earlier on in the earlier semi-finals. A real struggle for them to hold serve. It really was those partnerships who were able to get themselves going on serve that came out on top. So, I mean, we know Giannotti is such a good server. Already 40 love up in this first service game. He's just got such a great action. So fluid, uses his lower body so well. You can see himself get up into the trophy position so early on, and it's so fluid as well, which does help for consistency of the serve. When players tend to have a little bit of a, you know, not so much of a smooth serve, it tends to end up in a few more errors, especially when you've only got one serve, of course, in beach tennis. Oh, that's a nice little poach there from Mattia Spotto. The server Branco and Spotto, who went for that poach there, quite similar games, in fact, so it will be interesting to see who gets the best of their game on display here today. in terms of mini battles, that is one certainly to look out for. The two shorter guys on the court. Of course, Gianotti and Spotto, the defending champions here in Saarlouis. They'll be looking to make it 2 years in a row being crowned champions here in West Germany. So a few more break points on the board then for the world number ones. And Branko will be disappointed with that, gifting the second break of the set for them. It's the world number ones that are going into the changeover with a 3-love lead. There are the victors, Vittoria Marchesini and Sofia Chow, watching on.
Geht doch, und dann rufen sie es auch gleich mal raus. Leonardo Jarosino Branco, der Brasilianer, in schwarz.
Oh, and as Mr. Bombastic plays out of the speakers, it's Mr. Fantastic from Alain Oliveira with the block. That was timely from the Brazilian. They really need to get themselves into this first set. Oh, the leap from Nicola Gianotti. Look at the airtime he gets on this. And there it is. They'll be pumped with that one, getting themselves on the board, the Brazilians.
Also 3:1. Sie haben verkürzt, haben Spotto den Aufschlag hier abgenommen. Aber noch sind die Weltmeister.
After a horrid start, they've got themselves back within touching distance of the world number ones. And Branko will be thinking, it's now time to start poaching a little bit more. Start making himself a nuisance for the world number ones. won't be getting any opportunities if Oliveira doesn't make the serve. So vital to give yourself a chance of getting in the point. You've opted for the same side. Let's see where he takes this serve. I think it's called good. Lands just inside the line on that left side of our court. Yeah, pinpoint perfection from Nicola Gianotti. Would be a shame for the Brazilians if they aren't able to consolidate the break. They were just able to get half chance for the #1 seeds to get back with a double break. Oh my goodness, the adjustment from Spotter, that was incredible. You can see here from the net cam, that takes a little hit on the way over. And the Spotter did not have long to adjust to that one, but seriously good reflexes on that occasion. And it's provided them with a few more break points. Gianotti coming across to try and cover the Italian, but too much of a stretch on that one for the Frenchman. It's his trademark shot, I do think, for Gianotti that makes the error come out of the Branco racket. It's that one where he's able to bend his back like I've never seen before. It really is incredible. Does so well. He's doing everything he can to get that shot on his forehand side. Oliveira and Branco doing everything they can to try and get him off balance and hit a backhand volley, but Gianotti using his height so well and his long levers. Really impressive stuff. They're back in the lead, the #1 seeds. They lead by 4-1 in this first set.
Stark gespielt von Oliveira.
Using his powerful serve to full effect there. Love that strategy of going hard into the backhand of Oliveira. Yeah, that's nice. Saw that Giannotti was rushing into the net. Saw that open space back behind. So tough for Giannotti to turn and run there. Had no chance of getting that one back. Spotto was out on the right. Great spatial awareness from Branco. No breathing room for the Brazilians, though, with this service from Giannotti. So impressive how he's able to put so much pressure on that serve, making it so tough for the returners. Let's not forget that it's only one serve, but just does so well.
40-30.
Just so confident on it. Doesn't faze him that he only has one go at it. And Spotto doing what he does best in following it up on the poach. Such strong serving from Giannotti. Looking so strong from the baseline. Gives them a 5-1 lead in this first set. The world number one's looking really, really strong at the moment. Of course, they really are the in-form pair. The reigning world champions. The defending champions. And of course, winners of the most recent Sand Series event in Brasilia earlier on this year in June. They won Reunion as well in May of this year, taking out Burmakin and Giovannini in that final. They were runners-up in Ribeirão Preto in Brazil in April, losing out to champions Michele Capelletti and Andre Baran of Brazil and Italy. So they really are having a stellar year, are Giannotti and Spotto. They've made the final of the last 5 Sand Series events. And obviously going all the way of the 2 in Reunion and Brasilia. They've so often been in the final stages of these events. Obviously, the top tier of beach tennis events there are. 7 Sand Series events on the calendar in 2024. An ever-growing calendar is the Sand Series. And of course, let's not forget the first ever season-ending World Championships this year. I believe the location yet to be confirmed. No doubt that Giannotti and Spotto will be the favourites going into that at the end of the year. Unless something remarkable happens and any partnership is able to overtake them. But with those 2 service faults to end that game, it is the world number ones that take the first set over the Brazilians, Branco and Oliveira. So the number 1 seeds in pole position going into the second set here. And to bring you an update from court 1, I can tell you that they are still in their warm-up. So they are yet to get underway, but I will endeavour to keep you updated on that other semi-final in the bottom half of the men's draw. But first set to Giannotti Spotto on centre court.
Also, aufgrund der Wettervorhersagen, der schlechten für heute Abend, weil man wollte hier ja eine Abendsession machen im der Hülo.
So Spotto to get us underway in this second set.
15 love.
It really is tough for the Brazilians to see any weaknesses in their opponents right now. You've got the powering force of Giannotti, who we know is so strong in almost every area. And of course, Spotto, such a good mover and a really good poacher. But potentially there, we see a weakness. So don't be surprised if the Brazilians start putting up a few lobs for the smaller Italian. Spotto dealing with that lob pretty well, though. Oliveira giving the nod to Branco, saying, yeah, I think that's the way we're going to try and hurt these guys. Playing short to Giannotti, getting the big man nice and low, and then going back behind the Italian. I think that's a good play. I think that is how they're going to get themselves back into this semi-final. That's really nice from Leonardo Branco. The 22-year-old playing that point strategically extremely well, going low to the big Frenchman, waiting for that block to pop up, and there he was, ready to pounce. First break point of the set then for the Brazilians. Branko just snatching at that one.
Also, es geht über den
Will it be
Einstand.
second time lucky? Of course, sudden death juice in beach tennis.
Victoria seinen Ausschlag.
So
Ja, das war der einzige Punkt,
no,
den, die Brasilianer dort geholt haben.
no opportunity to mess up. It is now or never for this game. No second opportunities are given. Spotto just implementing into this point what he does time and time and again. Just noticing when the Brazilians are backtracking a touch. The defensive shot down the middle from the Brazilians. Spotto anticipates so well. And there he was, ready to take that nice and early. And it's a good start for the world number ones in this second set.
Ja, auf Platz Nummer 2 hat mittlerweile das andere Halbfinalspiel auch angefangen.
The clouds still lingering. Hopefully they won't cause too much of a problem. But I have been told that the final has been set. So the women's final will be happening at 3 p.m. local time. And the men's final will be not before 5 p.m. due to some poor weather coming in. Some rain potentially forecasted in the Saarlouis area later on this evening. So organisers planning on getting those finals on a little bit earlier. So 3 p.m. for the women, 5 p.m. for the men.
Oh, ganz stark gespielt von Gianotti.
But first we've got to decide who's going to get to that men's final. And it's Gianotti and Spotto, who are the force in this match. They really are a force to be reckoned with. Such good hands from the Italian. Again, strategically playing that so well. Goes short there. Waits for that one to pop up from Branko, and there he's ready to backtrack. And does so well to get over that one. Of course, 6 Sand Series title together. Spotto and Gianotti, reigning world champions. Spotto, 7 titles already in 2024. His most recent came at the BT 200 level in Brazil with partner Fabricio Nice, so not with Gianotti most recently, but of course the pair doing so well at Sand Series events already this year, in Reunion coming in first place, and of course the most recent one in Brasilia. Oh, that's a scandal from Matthias Spotto. He was gifted the angle from Branko, and he's found it superbly. Such good hands from the Italian. Of course, formerly a tennis player. Made the move over to beach tennis at around 15, 16 years old. He's now 24, so he's had a good few years perfecting this sport, and who am I to say he's not perfect right now? I mean, he's playing almost the perfect match. The number one seeds leading by 6-1 and 2-love in this second set.
Out. 15-love.
And you do think that with Gianotti serving at 2-love, it soon will be 3-love. It's such a tough serve to return. So much movement on it, so much work on the ball off the Gianotti serve. And that racket head speed mixed with his height, where he's able to snap down on the ball, creates that extra fizz on the ball, that extra pace. So tough for Branco and Oliveira to control. You can see them there just getting ready. They know that they're gonna have to try and get a hold of his serve if they have any shot getting back into this match. The backhand block from Branco. On numerous occasions, they're keeping themselves in the rally, but oh, that touch there from Mattia Spoto is an absolute farce. With Giannotti all over the net, if Oliveira had made that, they still really had no chance of getting back into that rally. Giannotti wasn't sure that ball was landing in, but Spoto opting to hit it anyway, playing it safe. But that just shows how good he's feeling. I think he just wants to hit more balls. He knows that everything coming off his racket now is turning into gold.
Kommen Sie noch mal ein bisschen ran.
Good to see the Brazilians continuing to fight here in this game. It would be a magnificent feat if they were able to break, having been 40-love down on Giannotti's serve. That would be something else. Oh, and Branco falls at the final hurdle. That was a magnificent point, though. Oh, if he had pulled that off, that would have been an absolute joke. Had no right making that. And you feel for Branco and Oliveira now, they are really on plan C or D, because plan A and B have just been used and abused by the top seed so far. Giannotti and Spoto lead by a set and 3 games to love.
15 love.
You feel that it is a must-hold service game here for Alan Oliveira.
Out. 30-15.
Well watched by the Brazilians. Urging himself on, isn't he, Alan Oliveira? Doesn't want his Saarlouis event to be over just yet. They've really been enjoying their time here in West Germany. Been performing to a really high level, of course, coming through the first few rounds with ease. His time's not over yet, in his eyes. But if he does want his time to continue, he really won't want to get this game going to sudden death juice. Of course, they came through that tight quarter-final against Andersons and Ramos Vieira, 10-8 in the third set yesterday, coming in clutch on this very court. If they're going to do it today, they're going to have to do it in 3 sets again. Giannotti goes long with that smash. And they get themselves on the board to the Brazilians. Oliveira and Branco. They're in the set.
So the same as in set number 1. 1-3. For the 2 Brazilian.
Nicole Nobile watching on. The Italian. Nice from Branco. Opting to try and pin Mattia Spotto on the backhand side. Nice little change up from the Brazilian. I do feel like they need to continue to find those weaknesses of the world number ones. There isn't many, that's for sure, but they certainly aren't as strong when you get them moving onto that backhand side.
Ja, der ein oder andere Regentropfen kommt schon mal, aber das sollte gleich wieder vorübergehen.
Oliveira with the play. Awesome lob. managed to get it over Mattias Spoto. So tough for Spoto to smash down from there. Has to go up almost. So tough to get it over the 1.8 meter high net. Too much power from the racket of Oliveira. And the Brazilian fifth seeds have themselves a couple of break points to get themselves back on serve in this second set. I don't know how they have escaped that. Spoto with a really nice get halfway through that rally. Alan Olivieri coming up with a clutch block in that exchange. Following it up with that powerful smash straight into the ground. And we're back on serve here on centre court. Over on court 2. It's the Brazilians Cariani and Molla who take a 5-2 lead over Frenchman Mathieu Guegano and Brazilian Hugo Rousseau. Brazilians all over the place, as we see so often when it comes to a beach tennis event. They really are all over the place. The federation do such a good job of hosting these players. Often, of course, the foreign players, for example, Nicola Gianotti, of course, living over in Brazil now. Many of them residing in Sao Paulo. It's where they can get the best training, where they compete with other top beach tennis players. But can the Brazilians here on centre court come through these difficult stages of this match? It would be a real challenge, but if they can do it, what a success that would be.
Cariani and Molla leads 5 games to 2 versus Guegano and Paronetto Russo.
Of course, in Brazil, it is really just the way of life. It's beach tennis. It's how Alan Oliveira, the 29-year-old, did start playing back in 2016. He was just invited down to the beach to play some beach tennis with some mates. And that was the start of a truly incredible career. Oliveira and Branco aren't quite as strong a partnership as Gianotti and Spoto. Obviously, of course, the number 1 seed being together for quite a few years now without splitting up too many occasions. Of course, the odd tournament here and there when one can't make it. But pretty much every event they play, and of course every Sand Series, Gianotti and Spoto will be the partnership that you'll see. Whereas for the Brazilians, they tend to change partnerships a little bit more often. Branco in the last year or so has partnered up with Rousseau, who's playing currently over on court 2. Nikita Burmakin. Guegano, who's also over on court 2.
Love 40.
But this week they have come together and have shown some really positive signs in their partnership. But they are certainly being tested in this one, as we'd expect against the number 1 seeds. Relentless from the world number 1s.
Game Giannotti Sporto. Giannotti Sporto leads 4-2.
Just not giving the Brazilians any room to breathe in that point. Yeah, Oliveira and Branco, nothing they could have done, to be honest with you. As we see there now, a set and 4-2 to the good are Giannotti and Spotto.
Ja, hier auf dem Center Court im Anschluss an dieses Halbfinale dann wieder ein Spiel der deutschen Meisterschaft, bevor es ja um 15 Uhr dann mit dem Damenfinale weitergehen wird. Im Halbfinale, im Achtelfinale der deutschen Meisterschaft treffen hier auf dem Center Court im Anschluss Benjamin Ringelstetter und Alexander Beiler auf Heiko Schoch und Thomas Wolf.
Leonardo Branco did pull up yesterday, in fact. Sounds as if he's going to be okay, but clearly having a few difficulties with that ankle. A lot of strain put on the ankles of these guys, obviously, moving on the sand.
Love.
Bravo!
30 love. Out. 40 love.
Nice awareness of Giannotti there, noticing the space in that back corner of the Brazilians' half of the court. Testing out that ankle of Leonardo Branco. Really do hope that rain stays clear of this centre court. Beach tennis ain't as fun in the rain as it in the sun.
Out. Game Giannotti Sporto.
So it's the world number 1s who continue to dominate this first semi-final of the men's Sand Series Saarlouis Classic here in West Germany. Defending champions leading by a set and 5 games to 2 here on centre court.
Legt ihn hinten auf die Linie. Ja, stark rübergelegt. Und auch wenn sich Spot oder lang macht, kommt er nicht mehr ran an den Ball. Stand da schon zu weit drüben in der Mitte. Ja, gerne mitklatschen, genau. Hände raus.
Oh, Leonardo Branco.
Dieser Ball hinüber.
Still able to show what he's about, even in potentially the latter stages of this match, where they will be disappointed with the current scoreline, but still able to show his class on that touch. Nice poach from Branco. Haven't seen that enough today, I don't think. Haven't been able to impose that attacking game style as much as they would have liked. But that's nice from the Brazilian pairing. But is it too little too late? They've got a game point though, to try and make the world number one serve out this match. And that they do. They get the hold. And they're delighted with that. They've put in a good account of themselves in that game. And what can they do here to mess up the rhythm of Nicola Gianotti and Mattia Spotti, the world number ones? It will be Spotto serving for a place in the final of the Saarlouis Classic a little bit later on today.
Also ein bisschen Verlängerung haben wir noch hier auf dem Center Court beim Stand von 5:3 für die Welt- und Europameister, die Nummer 1 der Welt, Gianotti und Spotto. Dreißig 0.
Oh, at the last hurdle, I can't believe he's missed that. What a point all round. Gianotti did so well to set him up with that. I don't think he believed he could have missed that. But there we go. The world number ones are human, in fact. Oh, beautiful from Branco. He's been enjoying that little touch cross court the last few points, hasn't he? He's been feeling that really well, and it gives them a little chance here to see if they can unsettle the world number ones and give them something to think about. 30 all then on the Spotto serve. As that goes wide, it does give the Brazilians a lifeline. Break point then, Branco Oliveira. What can they do to clinch this one and prolong this men's semi-final? And they do just that. A little fortunate from Branco on the smash, hitting the net on the way over, but I do think they fully deserve that game. Really good to see them sticking in this. And this match continues. Over on court 2, Cariani and Moller set to the good, 6-4 and 1 love up. But at the moment on this center court, we do continue. So a chance to get back level for the Brazilians. Leonardo Branco to serve. Is it good? Yeah, I believe it is. Trademark Giannotti. Yeah, called good by Branco. Got to shake that one off for Branco. Too good from the Frenchman. And that is the last thing you want to see in this game. Cheap errors from the rackets of the Brazilians. They fought so hard to get them back into this position, fighting for a chance to get back level. You don't want to see them give away cheap errors like that. Oh, guys on center court producing some world-class beach tennis for the people of Saarlouis to witness. That was an incredible point here. All four players contributing, trying to put their opponents in uncomfortable situations, but all four until the very last shot from Spotto doing just that. But Spotto finding the space, and it gives them 3 match points. And that'll do it. Nicola Gianotti and Mattia Spoto are into the final yet again of a Sand Series event.
Also, da setzen sie sich durch, die Weltmeister und Europameister. Riesenapplaus für Gianotti und Spoto.
Props to the Brazilians for fighting back and creating what was a fabulous second set in the end after what was looking like a pretty comfortable win for the world number ones. But the defending champions are into their second straight final in Saarlouis, having won the title last year. What a superb display of attacking beach tennis. Taking balls early, taking it higher in the air. And despite a late comeback attempt from the Brazilians, Gianotti and Spoto are into the final. It's their 9th final appearance in a Sand Series event out of the last 10. So they are really on a roll, and what a couple of years they are having. So much respect between these two pairings. They're at the top of their game. We've got Branco and Oliveira at around 10 in the world facing the number 1 in the world, and what a fight they put up. So the first semi-final of the men's event is done and dusted. We will hear them speak to Jana in just a moment on centre court. Let's listen into that interview.
Mattia Spoto, Nicola Gianotti, finalists here one more time in Saarlouis. So, how are you feeling now? You defend title points and top of the world.
For sure, okay, but it's a good news. But I don't care. I want to win this tournament and to have more space. No, we want to defend our title. We play good today on the semi-final. We will hope we will play against. Again, good this afternoon on the final. It will be for sure a difficult match. Maybe against Cariani Moraz, and we know very good. Or maybe Gigano, another French guy, and Hugo Russo, and it's a good team too. So we will see. We are very happy.
That's it. E é isso aí, amantes, amigos do beach tennis.
Absolutely, it is still unknown who they will play in that final later on today. But as he said, he is determined to win. As Jana said, they've topped the rankings, and with that win, they've defended their points from the final of last year. And they've had to do that time and time again. As I said earlier, 9 out of the last 10 Sand Series events, they've made the final or have gone better to win it. So every year they have that pressure to try and defend their points, but they continue to impress. And you can tell just how determined they continue to be. They do not want to leave Saarlouis without that Sand Series trophy again. So what an impressive display it is from the world number ones. They will play either Brazilians Giovanni Cariani and Daniel Moller, or Mathieu Guegano and his partner Hugo Russo. Currently the Brazilians up a set and a break over on court 1. So it looks like Cariani and Moller will be the ones to face the world number ones later on today. So for now, that is our coverage done and dusted, but we will be back later on today. I can confirm that at 3 p.m. local time in Saarlouis, we will have the women's final brought to you live here on the ITF YouTube channel. And then at 5 p.m, we will have the men's final, where we will see Nicola Gianotti and Mattia Spoto once again. What a semi-finals day it's been so far here today, and I can't wait to bring you the finals a little bit later on. So do stay tuned. I've been Alex Hyman. Thank you so much for joining me. What a pleasure it's been, and I'll see you very, very soon for the finals of the Beach Tennis Saarlouis Classic.
und pünktlich zum Spiel hier zum großen Finale in der Hülo Arena begrüßen wir auch den Innenminister des Saarlandes, Reinhold Joost. Auch er ist da. Herzlich willkommen bei uns im Stadion hier in Saarlouis.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Saarlouis here in West Germany. What was semi-finals day has now become finals day here at the Sand Series Saarlouis Classic. It's the 5th Sand Series event on the calendar, and Grober Market here in Saarlouis plays host to this magnificent centre court. Let's hear the players onto court.
Ihr könnt's verstehen. Put your hands up. Wo sind die Hände? Wo sind die Klatschen? Hier in Saarlouis. Saarlouis, seid ihr bereit? Saarlouis, seid ihr bereit? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final of the Sand Series Saarlouis Classic 2024. On the left side, the ladies from Brazil, third of the world ranking. Last year, on 22, second of the world championship, Vittoria Marchesini. And her partner, also third of the world ranking, Sophia Shaw. And on the right side, the tens of the world ranking, third of the last world championship from Italy, Veronica Casade. And 14th of the world ranking, and vice champion, world champion in the last year, Ariadna Costa Grael, Spain.
Well, what an introduction for our 4 finalists. Who will it be? I don't believe the crowd have any idea, and neither do we back at home. We're set for an absolute classic here. It's Veronica Casade and Ariadna Costa to get this final underway.
Top 15.
So half chances for our second seeds in this first game. Oh, and that's trickled over from Vittoria Marchesini, and it gifts the Brazilians a couple of break points here in this very first game of this women's final. And there it is, Marchesini with the smash. Too good for Costa on that occasion. And it's a dream start for the Brazilians. Of course, coming into this match with such confidence. They're the reigning champions on the Sand Series calendar, of course, coming out on top in Brasilia earlier on this year in June. Their run to this final has been rather straightforward, if I'm honest with you. Coming through Estonians Renate and Anette, 6-2, 6-4 in round 1. Then taking on Italians Ceruti and Masai in round 2, getting the win over them 6-4, 6-3. And then later on yesterday afternoon, they took out the Spanish and Brazilian pairing of Lotti and Palos, the number 8 seeds, 6-1, 6-4. And then, of course, earlier on this morning, getting the win against Francesconi and Tripper, straight sets fashion, 6-2, 6-4. So no sets lost as of yet for Sofia Ciao and Vittoria Marchesini. Of course, runners-up in the World Championships last year in 2023. And on the near side of your screens, wow, what a journey they've had this week. Ariadna Costa of Spain and Casadei there on the left of Brazil. They really have gone against the odds getting to this final. Well played, Casadei. Love that powerful smash strategy down the middle. Gives herself margin. The power proving too difficult for Sofia Ciao down the other end of the court. Didn't go for too much, Casadei. That's going to be important today. Just understanding when to go for those bigger shots, when to go for the more feel-like shots. And it's a couple of break-back points straight away. As that lob from Casadei just falls wide. It had beaten the 18-year-old Marchesini on the right there. So let's not forget, it's sudden death juice in beach tennis, so a couple more break points to come for Costa and Casadei.
Starkes Spiel hier in Saarlouis.
Casadei, a slight bit of fortune on that overhead, dribbling over the net, but a really important game for Costa and Casadei to get on the board straight away. Unfortunate start having been broken in that first game of this set, but straight back on it. The 5th seeds.
Ja, wir können ruhig ein bisschen die Hände rausholen, genau.
What a win they had earlier over Flaminia Diner and Nicole Noble, the 3rd seeds. Costa and Casadei, 2 upsets in a row. That being this morning, that match. And of course, overcoming the number 1 seeds and defending champions here in Saarlouis. Patricia Diaz and Rafaela Mila. Really disappointed not to make it into the latter stages of this event, having done so well last year in clinching the title.
30.
So can they make it 3 from 3 upsets this week? The Italian and the Spaniard. It really would be a week to remember. But Ciao and Marchesini, I do believe they are the sternest test that they will face this week. Even though they might have overcome the number 1 seeds, the Brazilians are really the informed pair in the rankings right now.
Noch ist ausgefallen.
15, 30.
Casadei and Costa have reached a Sand Series final before, but not as a partnership. So they've individually got there with different partners. So this would be their first Sand Series win. Their maiden title together. What a feeling that would be. All vibes here in Saarlouis. The crowd absolutely loving it. It's the busiest it's been on this centre court stadium so far this week. Everyone coming out for the final. There is some rain forecasted for later on this evening, so they moved these finals a little bit earlier just to ensure they were played.
30, 40.
So fingers crossed we managed to escape the rain here in West Germany. The Brazilians playing a solid return game here. Another couple of break points. And with that routine volley missed by Casadei on the backhand volley, I believe. Oh no, it was that forehand. Pretty routine. She'll be disappointed with that. I think that's going to be key today. Just limiting the amount of cheap errors off the rackets of Casadei and Costa. You can't be gifting anything cheap to the second seeds, Ciao and Marchesini, especially with the form they're in. Yet to lose a set in this tournament. It's the second seeds then, with a 2-1 lead in this first set.
Now 15.
Nice little exchange from all 4 players there. I do love that last shot from Costa. Just coming over the ball, adding a touch of topspin to that. Made it fizz in to the racket of Sophia Chow. Yeah, love that 1-2 punch there. The short return, urging Vittoria Marchesini, the 18-year-old, up to the forecourt. And then Castaday there to pounce on that. Knew the ball was going to come up off the racket of Marchesini. Nicola Gianotti preparing for the final with a few card games. World number 1 on the men's rankings.
Also wieder die Möglichkeit, hier den Ausschlag zu breaken.
Inches deep off the racket of Cassidy. That didn't miss by far. You feel if luck's going to be on their side today, those one are going to have to start to creep in for the Spanish-Italian pairing. Just wide from Chow. It's the first sort of exchange we've had like that. It's tiki-taka play from all 4 players. You would have thought that those sorts of rallies would go the way of the second seeds, but not on that occasion. Good level brought by Castaday and Costa. Bringing things back level then at 2 games all in this first set of the women's final. Stands slowly starting to fill up. It's the biggest event of the week here, the Sand Series final. Tasty little lob from the racket of Costa on the stretch as well. Costa playing so well at the moment this morning. Showed an unreal level over on court 1. Gotta say, fair play to the players. This music is pretty loud for where I'm sitting, so their concentration levels must be off the roof. Common story of this week. All players really struggling to hold serve. So no doubt that will continue to play a factor in this final. Just deep, the backhand volley of Chow. It is a little windy now, The wind started to pick up. The clouds starting to gather some more over this centre court here in Saarlouis in Goba Market. So whether that will play a factor in the final here today, I'm not too sure, but I wouldn't imagine it would help the serve too much. So don't be surprised if we see some more breaks of serve. But at the moment, Costa and Castaday looking decent in this service game. Hoping to get themselves up in the scoreboard for the very first time this set.
Stark gemacht von Sophia Shaw. Und somit gehen wir über den Einstand. Der nächste Punkt zählt, so wie es beim Beachtennis ist.
Nice footwork up to that for Chow. Just here, great anticipation. Seeing that Costa was going to go short with that forehand volley. Didn't want to let that one get any lower than it did, so props to Chow for that. Yeah. And backed up by Marchesini. Almost in a way thanking her partner for the opportunity to get a sudden death juice, and she took it with full flair. That was awesome from Marchesini. They're now back in the lead, the second seeds, leading by 3-2.
Wie gesagt, ich habe es ja gesagt, auch der jetzige Innenminister Reinhold Jost ist ebenfalls ja schon im Stadion. Schön, dass Sie alle da sind.
So the two seeds itching back in front as Castaday and Costa look to bounce back from that break.
Kraftvoll der Spetterschlag von Marchesini. Ganz stark, die Spanierin gibt hier Vollgas.
15-0.
Good from Costa with the rainbow there, setting up the smash. Does play that rainbow shot well. Looking as if it's going to be a backhand, then comes over with the racket head to play that forehand shot.
15-30.
Routine smash missed by Veronica Casaday. do wonder whether some of these routine misses are as a result of some tired legs out there. It's been a long few days for these players.
Und wieder so ein Schmetterschlag der Spanierin.
2 matches yesterday, 2 matches today for these finalists. And it's not easy out there playing on this heavy sand, especially in the weather we're starting to see. It's getting a bit damper, so the sand is probably starting to get a little harder to move on, especially with the amount that these guys move each other around. Wouldn't be surprised if their legs are feeling pretty tired by the time this final came around.
Es geht in den Einstand. Nächster Punkt zählt. Entweder 4:2 für die Brasilianerinnen oder eben der Ausgleich. 3:3. Und er geht wieder nach Brasilien und dementsprechend gehen sie mit 4:2 jetzt hier in Führung in diesem ersten Satz. Erstmals 2 Punkte Führung und das erste Mal, dass hier ein Aufschlagspiel durchgegangen ist.
So the Brazilians then taking their opportunity to get ahead yet again in this set. Consolidating the break that they earned in the previous game. Good stuff from them. The fans have very much filled up this stadium here in Grober Market in downtown Saarlouis.
Ganz stark von den Brasilianerinnen und wir geben wieder Gas. Auf geht's, Saarlouis. Wo ist die Hilo Arena hier? Ich will ein bisschen was hören am heutigen Nachmittag. Ich weiß, es ist heiß.
Just that one there from Costa, not quite doing enough with the lob. A simple smash for Chow. You've got to be so careful when you do go for the lob. Any slight mistake or misjudgment on how far you're putting that lob up is really, really critical.
Ausschlaggebend der Schmetterschlag von Jean.
Just as Chow and Marchesini were coming off their semi-final win, speaking to Jana, they were saying how it's their first time today on this centre court. They've been to Saarlouis now for a few years, but never managed to get on this centre court. But they're feeling right at home now, or at least they're looking like it. Having got that win in the semi-final on this court earlier on today, I'm sure they're very happy with how they're seeing it on this court.
Und er geht raus. 15-14. Die Chance für die Brasilianerinnen hier gleich auf 5:2 davon zu zählen in diesem ersten Satz. 3 Bälle, 3 Möglichkeiten.
It can feel a little different when you've got the stands and the loud music right by the court. The conditions are somewhat more difficult. So it's good to see them settle in play this well.
30, 40.
Also erst einmal abgewehrt, diese erste Chance für die Brasilianerinnen. Aber immer noch zwei Chancen aus ihrer Sicht, um hier erfolgreich zu sein.
Oh. Attacker while she's down, says Costa. They did well to get Marchesini so off balance like they did there. Marchesini opted to stay on the sand, assuming that they would go at her and straight into the sand. And it's not a bad effort at all from the 18-year-old. But Costa Cassidy played that point well. And they got an opportunity to hold their serve here. Which they do. Chow goes long with the lob down the middle. And Costa and Cassidy are back within touching distance in this first set. Been a tough contest so far, not too much to separate the pair. But it's the second seeds who are an inch in front going into this changeover.
Wir machen weiter. 4:3 in diesem ersten Satz für die beiden Brasilianerinnen, für Show und Marchesini. Und die schlägt auf.
Very routine miss from Vittoria Marchesini. Not pleased with that one. Good start to this game then from Costa and Cassidy. They'll really want to put in a good performance in this one. See if they can manage a break back. Unreal defensive lob from Marchesini. Return was hit so well, dropped so low. Even there, sliding into that. Seriously impressive. She's happy with that one. Great close from Sophia Chow. The Brazilians understanding the importance of this service game for them. And that was beautiful stuff from Chow. Great understanding of how her previous shot damaged the positioning of Cassidy. And she was all over the net for that one.
Oh,
Brazilians on a roll.
Hat das Ding hinten in die Ecke rein.
I love that smash from Sofia Chow going straight down the middle in between the Italian and the Spaniard. And Marchesini just there to back her partner up. Working really well together. So in sync are the Brazilians right now. Such a tough shot to pull off that one. The lob smash combination. St. Ludwig Catholic Church in the backdrop of this magnificent stadium. It's the first time this tournament has been hosted here in Grober Market in Saarlouis. Moved here this year due to the growing nature of this tournament. Saarlouis host to the German Beach Tennis Championships as well this week. Overseeing the tournament with over 400 plus players coming to the grounds. So what a celebration of beach tennis it really is. What a showcase of the sport. Oh my goodness. The racket flies out of the hand of Marchesini, because that, in the context of this first set, was a huge point. For the Brazilians to win that, they go 5-3 up and they're looking to secure that first set. But it does go the way of Costa and Cassidy sticking in that point so superbly well. Hands on the head for Marchesini. And I don't believe it's as bad as she thinks it is, but I think it's more important for Cassidy and Costa to get that than it was for Sofia Chow and Marchesini. But we're back level at 4-all in this first set.
No, so geht das hier.
Confirmed by the chair umpire, just deep from Chow.
Der passt noch auf der Linie. Starker Schlag von
What a point from Costa.
Grind.
Loved a couple of the volleys she positioned to the forehand side of Chow, getting her stretching and then looking to take the middle after that. No mistake on the overhead from Marchesini on this occasion. She looked so disappointed, almost on the point of despair after losing that previous game. But she seems to have calmed herself down. She's back on it now. Realizes there's no time for too much anger or disappointment. And the roar of come on from the Brazilians. They're back in this game at 30-all. It would be a bit of a steal, if I'm honest, from being 30-love up. Cassidy and Costa, they'll be snapping at that one if they lose this game. So a half chance for Chow and Marchesini to get back in the lead.
Ganz
Voll,
stark. Veronika Casadei gibt hier Gas. Können wir jetzt nach vorne gehen.
Yours. You said it first.
I love that play from Sophia Chow.
Einstand. Wieder geht's mit der
That is
Entscheidung.
one of her trademark shots, that
Die letzten
sliding
Spiele haben
smash
sie
that she
jedenfalls schon so
slices
gezeigt.
down.
Und auch hier
It's so effective because with the slice it's brought down quite low,
in Führung.
and the slower ball gives nothing for Costa and Casadei to work with.
Shaw und Marquezine.
Some def juice then, a huge point this one, you would think. Casadei and Costa peppering their shots to Vittoria Marchesini. You must think that's got to be a tactic of theirs, especially given the last game when Marchesini made the mistake to give them the game. So clever play from Casadei and Costa, and the 5th seeds are within a game of clinching this first set. They lead by 5 games to 4 over the number 2 seeds.
Und der springt noch auf die Linie. Ganz stark von Sophia Shaw.
59.
Clouds getting grayer and grayer. Not a good sign if you're a beach tennis fan in Saarlouis right now. Just enough on that lob from Marchesini, getting Casadei on the stretch.
40-15.
Also, das,
Solid serve at a crucial time for
noch
Chow.
danach aussehen, als kriegen wir hier noch eine kleine Verlängerung.
A time when you're really depending on your serve, you're relying on it to help you out in some tough situations. And just so useful to get a couple of cheap points off the serve at this sort of stage of the set. Oh, that's a joke from Sophia Chow. The double-handed block. Polished off with a little bit of topspin to keep that one dropping in. Thank you very much, says Sophia Chow. And we're now back level in this first set at 5 games all. Dropped over. So fortunate for Chow. The apology from the Brazilians. But they'll take it.
Also definitiv spannendes Finale hier am heutigen Tag in der Hilo Arena.
Oh, Ariadna Costa dominating the field of play right now. Just love it when she anticipates the next incoming ball. Using the momentum from that previous smash to move her body in. Making sure that she was all over the net. Taking full advantage of the way she set herself up in that rally. Castaday watching on. Beautiful stuff from the 5th seeds. Sophia Chow fighting the corner, but what a rally. Prior to that smash, that was insane. All players seeing the ball so well right now. There's nothing better when finals produce this level of play. It's so good. All players so locked in right now. Couldn't be any closer. 5 all, 30 all. Cassidy moving in. Imposing some pressure on the number 2 seeds, and it gives them a point for 6-5 here in this first set. And a cheap point off the Cassidy serve. Marchesini not able to get that return back in play. And so it's the upset queens, Costa and Cassidy, within a game of taking this first set over the second seeds. Costa and Cassidy leading by 6 games to 5 here in Saarlouis.
Die Hülo Arena, so heißt sie in diesem Jahr. Und ich freue mich, dass Karin und Swantje bei uns sind. Und die haben da vorne ein paar T-Shirts mitgebracht. Und ich glaube, wenn die Arena da drüben jetzt auf der Westseite und auf von euch hören. Die Hülo Arena hier in Saarlouis. Hier muss ordentlich laut sein. 6:5 für Casadei und Costa Grael gegen die beiden Brasilianerinnen, gegen Shaw und Marquezini.
Yet to lose a set are the 5th seeds, Cassidy and Costa, coming through with ease, if I'm honest, in the previous rounds. Cassidy going for the super high lob, but just didn't have the depth that that ball needed to trouble Marchesini and Shout. Solid start to the game for the Brazilians. Second seeds, of course, coming through without losing a set as well. So whoever does lose this first set, it will be their first set loss this tournament. It will be fascinating to see how they do respond.
Okay.
Oh, Chow missed at the final hurdle, but it was a good point, and I think Marchesini recognises that. So important to pick up your partner when they miss a shot like that at a crucial stage of this set. No time to dwell on it, straight back. Oh, what a smash from the Spaniard, Ariadna Costa. The 20-year-old showing her class on that occasion. That was magnificent. Got the chest pump from Cassidy. Rightly so, that was nice. Small gap as well. Don't know how she found that one.
Es bleibt weiter spannend in der Hülo Arena hier in Saarlouis.
I was just about to say, who do you think Marchesini is going to target on this serve? And it's Costa who she went for, and that paid off. Relief for the Brazilians, because if that went over, they were in real trouble in that rally. So a game point then to take us into a first set tiebreak.
Hier stürzt Sophia Shaw.
Use the setting point.
Hopefully Chow's all right. Just a slight misplacement of the feet.
Für die einen oder die anderen, ganz egal wie. Der Tiebreak könnte anstehen.
Those tired
oder
legs
eben
playing
der
a part
Satzgewinn. Das ist der erste
in the last
Satzball für
stages
Kasadei.
of this
Und,
first set.
Für Costa Grael hier in
So it's the
diesem
first
ersten
set
Durchgang.
point then
Und wir schauen mal,
for the fifth
was hier
seeds.
jetzt gleich passieren wird.
Or will it be the second seeds that take us into a tiebreak? Who she's going to go for here? Oh, Sophia Chow understanding the game so well, seeing the space down the middle of that court. That was gutsy. And Marchesini did so well to keep her cool on those few exchanges at the start of the rally. Showing their class, showing why they're the number 2 seeds in this tournament, why they are the informed pairing on this Sand Series calendar. And it's going down to the wire in this first set. Who's it going to be to lose their first set of the tournament? Costa to get this tiebreak underway. And that's all it takes. It just takes 1 point to turn this around. And I really felt as if momentum was with the number 5 seeds in that last game. But all of a sudden, there's an air of confidence about the number 2 seeds. Just as they won that last game after that fabulous shot from Sophia Chow, just looked as if a weight was lifted off their shoulders and they're now back on track. They do feel as if this is their set for the taking, do the Brazilians. Fascinated to see how this tiebreak will play out. Under the watchful eye of the St. Ludwig Catholic Church here in the Groberg market of Saarlouis, West Germany. An awesome spectacle here. A few miles from the French border. Close proximity, of course, to the Saar River. It's a beautiful place to host a beach tennis event. It really is an individual type of event. Sets itself apart from the rest of the events on the calendar. Of course, with so many being held in beach town locations, seaside locations around the world. But this one in the market town of Saarlouis. Chow serving from the far end. Got the shot she wanted, set themselves up. Marchesini trying to urge on Chow to not get too down about that one, but no wonder she can't believe she missed that. The body smash from Marchesini, nothing Veronica Casadei could do to get out of the way of that one. That was way too quick for her. The 18-year-old putting that one away. Giving the Brazilians a 2-1 lead. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Wahnsinn!
Everyone's smiling about that one. Costa, outrageous defense. Able to get her and Cassidy, her partner, back into the rally, but credit to the Brazilians staying on top, understanding that they needed to reset in that rally and start again. But all four players having fun out there as well as competing hard. Vamos from Cassidy, she says. They managed to get that point.
Wir wechseln beim Stand von 3:2 die Seiten.
First to 7 points in this first set tiebreak. Chow and Marchesini go to change ends with the slight lead at 3 points to 2. There really has been nothing to separate these pairings so far this match. Neither pairing want to lose the first set of their tournament. It's a good close from Chow. Oh, picture perfect lob from the 18-year-old, and what a time to do it. Just as we pass the hour mark of this first set, she comes up with an unbelievable lob. And it gives them a little bit of breathing space at 5-2 up now. And I did think there was an air of confidence about them going into the start of this tiebreak, and they've proved me right. No way has she just done that. That's outrageous. She's taken a punt and just put a racket out, and oh my goodness. That's a 1 in a million shot. And it's come off for her. What a shot. Onto the highlight reel. Thanks for coming. Oh. And they're back within touching distance. God, that hot shot from Cassidy could prove pivotal when we look back at this first set. Oh my goodness, what a shot. Here we go again, I think. Here it is. Boosh. That's an absolute joke. It's pure instinct as well to go for that. Because she knew that Sophia Chow would be going probably down the middle. So as much as it was a touch of luck, that luck was created with a bit of intelligence from Cassidy. It really was clever play. Oh, Sophia Chow. A huge roar have come on from the Brazilians. It was that get that was so important, and then again, pure instinct to go down to that one with two hands, securing the block, and then having the hand control to push that one over the head of Ariadna Costa. And it brings up 2 set points for the second seeds, Chow and Marchesini. Yeah, nice from Costa, following up her impressive shot from the forecourt, getting into the net.
6-5. So, Marchesini.
The Brazilians doing everything they could in that one to try and just make them play one extra ball. Often it can be the difference between winning and losing, just making that extra ball. But great defensive skills from the Brazilians, but ultimately Costa having too much in that point. One more set point then. Costa again with the finish. She's seeing that smash really well right now.
6-all.
I do wonder why the Brazilians kept on going for the lob of Costa. Trying to get it over her head. She's been seeing that well all day. So, questionable tactic. Maybe they know something that I don't know. But we're back at 6-all. Great return. Marchesini. Chow there to back her up. That's more like the strategy that I thought they would come into these points with. Getting their opponents down low and then they can attack. Not the opposite, where they're giving Costa and Cassidy chances to attack on the smash. Much better from the Brazilians. They're back in front, but this time it's on their serve.
Wieder Satzball, Shaw, Marchesini, die beiden Brasilianerinnen. Und wo sind die Zuschauer hier in der Hülo Arena? Auf geht's, nochmal die Hände raus.
And there it will be. The ball flies off the racket of Cassidy in frustration. But Sophia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini are marching into the second set with a set to the good. What a first set that was. I mean, neck and neck all the way throughout. The fans leaving to just take a break because that was intense. But such good beach tennis on display from all 4 players. But it's the Brazilians, it's the second seeds, it's the in-form beach tennis players right now on this World Tour. They go into the second set with a 1-set lead. Okay then. So first set lost of the tournament for Costa and Cassidy. How will they respond? Are they able to get this match back on level terms? Second set about to get underway.
Picking up.
Ganz stark gemacht. Veronika Casadei.
Really was a stellar first set. Over an hour and 5 minutes. And it ended with that frustration from Cassidy. She can't quite believe that after all that, they were back to square one and having to start again.
30-15.
Oh, those were the sorts of rallies that we were seeing in the last stages of that first set tiebreak. Didn't think that we'd continue to see that in this first game of this second set, but my oh my, this final is producing some quality stuff. Costa with the ever-trusted smash, letting her down. And the Brazilians, first break point opportunity of the set.
Also die Möglichkeit für die Brasilianerinnen hier gleich davon zu gehen. 1:0. Schauen wir mal. Zwei Möglichkeiten beim Aufschlag von Casadei.
Oh, Sophia Chow
Da ist es passiert.
First game, second set.
with the block.
Also das 1:0 in diesem zweiten Satz für die Brasilianerinnen.
That is seriously quality blocks from the Brazilians, and they're up 1-0 in this second set. I do think, given the way that these both pairs have been proceeding through the tournament, both getting to this final without dropping a set. There he is, watching on. But I do think that Sophia Chow and Marchesini will feel like they're in such a strong position to take the title here. It would be, of course, their second straight Sand Series win of the season. Having clinched that Sand Series event in Brasilia in June of this year, they came so close in the event before that in Spain over in Gran Canaria. They lost out to Patricia Diaz and Rafaela Mila, the #1 seeds in that event. But they've been in the mix for every single Sand Series event. They lost out in the semis in Reunion Island. So it really has been quite a few months for the Brazilians. But let's not forget the season that Vittoria Marchesini, the 18-year-old, had last year in 2023. 14 titles to her name, including that Pan American Championship win with Sophia Chow. It was incredible scenes last year. She's really burst onto this beach tennis scene, flowing with flair and confidence. Oh, unreal get from Cassidy. The acrobats diving into the sand to get that one. Oh, such quality from Marchesini.
Die Chance hier auf 2:0 zu erhöhen für die beiden Brasilianerinnen.
Couple of points then to take them up to a 2-love lead in this second set, having won the first in that dramatic fashion that we saw a few minutes ago. What a tiebreak. And they're on a roll right now.
2:0 in diesem zweiten Satz für die Brasilianerinnen. Aber die haben auch im ersten Satz ja schon zweimal mit 2 Punkten vorne gelegen.
What can Cassidy and Costa do to stop the Brazilians from taking an even further lead in this set? They've got to keep the energy up, that's for sure. They can't slump for one moment.
Bleibt da hängen. Love 15.
Love 30.
It's a couple of misses in the same sort of fashion from Costa, going for that little dipper of a drop shot, just hitting the net tape. So love 30 on the serve of Costa. Very dangerous times indeed for the 5th seeds as the Brazilians are looking at a few break points in succession here to give them a 3-love lead, and that would be a double break, and you would think that given that the Brazilians are yet to lose a set in this tournament. A 3-love lead is only going to enhance that statistic.
$15-40.
Yeah, and I didn't think that was ever going to be enough on that lob from Costa. Looked as if she was rushing to finish that point with the lob. But Chow was right there, and they head off for a drink. And it's the Brazilians that take that 3-love lead in this second set, and by a set to the good.
Shot 15-love.
Ja, ein bisschen das Netz noch berührt. Der Ball ist ja beim Beachtennis erlaubt. Es gibt keine Wiederholung. Und schon war er nicht mehr richtig zu nehmen für die Spanierin.
30-love.
Wahnsinn! Das ist Beachtennis! Im Moment haben sie einen Lauf.
That was the one to set up the smash from Chow. They just seem so on it right now, but with that discipline, an air of relaxation from them, I see. They just don't look phased at all with what Costa and Casadei are trying to do to them out here. And they are well on their way to their second consecutive Sand Series championship. It's a set and 4-love to Chow and Marchesini. The number 3 pair in the world. The number 2 seeds here, of course, because Nini Valentini and Giulia Gaspari opted not to play this Sand Series event. Which means the world rankings are, in essence, pushed up one, given the world number 2s opted not to play. Nice finish from Casadei.
Veronika Casadei.
I wonder if the arms of Costa and Cassidy will start to loosen up a touch. Given that they're 4-love down, they know that things are almost impossible to retrieve from here, but why not give it one last shot? Didn't miss by far. It's a tough one to go short on. Has to be timed so well. Just slumped down on it a little bit, did Costa.
Ja, der Regen nimmt ein bisschen zu. Natürlich ein bisschen Bewegung jetzt auch hier auf den Tribünen. Vielleicht einen Moment warten. Ausgegangen.
30-15.
Oh, and the rain starts to come down. That looks like seriously heavy rain. And with that, match suspended at 4-love. The fans itching for some cover. That is a real shame, because this is really wet here in Saarlouis. Everyone getting under cover. Luckily the umpire has got some cover underneath his umbrella, but everyone else itching for some dry space, and they're all under our gazebo here on the left side of the screen. But I do wonder what the forecast holds. Unfortunately, it doesn't look great for the rest of today in Saarlouis, but we will endeavour to keep you updated. So for now, it's Sophia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini with a considerable lead here in the women's final of the Saarlouis Classic. They're a set to the good and 4-love up in this second set. But for now, it's match suspended. Well, welcome back, and it looks like we're about to get things back underway. Thankfully, that was only a short shower here in Saarlouis, so after a short break, we're ready to get back to I'm Alex Hyman. I'm so glad you're back with us here on the ITF YouTube channel. And it's Cassidy, as you can see there. Some serious rain that just fell, but luckily for only a short amount of time. But given the short break, there's no warm-up needed, and we're straight back into it. So 40-30 on the Cassidy serve. And strong play from Vittoria Marchesini, and it's a sudden death juice point, and you feel as if it's almost a match point. And Sophia Chow hits home, giving the Brazilians a 5-love lead, and you must think an unassailable lead in this second set. Just a game away now are the Brazilians from their second consecutive Sand Series title, their third as a partnership. And remember that following this match, we have the men's Sand Series Saarlouis Classic final, contested between the number 1 seeds Nicola Gianotti and Mattia Spotto. They'll be taking on the Brazilians Cariani and Molla after they came through against Guegano and Rousseau a little earlier on today. Both pairs only losing 5 games in their semi-finals, so coming in pretty hot form are those pairings. So do stay tuned after the culmination of this women's final. But it's Chow and Marchesini serving for the Saarlouis Classic.
Oh, 59.
Costa did well just to get out the way of that one. That smash from Chow. Great pronation on the smash does Chow. The defensive skills on display. Blimey, the Brazilians are really seeing it like a beach ball right now. Just 2 points away now. Oh, what a return from Cassidy. Keeping their hopes alive just about. They'll need a few more of those if they want any chance of getting their hopes back up for a third set. Looks a long, long way away right now. That catches the line. We're back at 30-all in this game then. Cassidy letting loose on that smash. And with that serve down the middle, not able to be returned from Cassidy, It brings up a first match point for Sofia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini. Oh, Sofia Chow gone wide. You would bet your house on Chow making that shot. She's made it throughout the last couple of days, time after time. That slider wide, she loves to hit that on the overhead. But another chance here then. And Cassidy and Costa are not done just yet. Let's not rule them out. Superb fighting spirit from those two, prolonging this second set and the women's event here in Saarlouis as the clouds continue to linger over, and we do try and steer clear of the rain here in Saarlouis. It's not looking too good right now, but play continues. Oh dear. That's landed well in. Marchesini completely misjudging that one from Costa. I say well in. Not too far, but you wouldn't have thought Marchesini to miscalculate that one like she did there. Always the hardest thing to close out matches, given the score lines and the scoring system that we have. It's not just running time down like it is for other sports. You've got to continue to play the way you've been playing throughout. You've got to have the backbone to go and win the match. You can't let the others lose it. You've got to go and win it.
Soweit gesetzt, dieser Lotter von Costa Grael, der Spanierin, der Vize-Weltmeisterin des vergangenen Jahres.
Possibly rushed into that lob there. Just think she should have gone shorter. Just some issues about the ball here. Let's listen in. Cassidy just having a word with the umpire, saying that the balls are all wet. They just got absolutely soaked in that rain delay. But the umpire insisting that they must carry on with these balls. But Chow and Marchesini aren't phased, and having been love 30 down in this game, they've now put themselves in another winning position, another match point. It's their third I had a feeling that that point was going to end up going the way of the Brazilians and clinched the match in that fashion, but Castaneda and Costa did well just to stay calm and see that one off well. Kudos to them. So a fourth match point for the Brazilians, or will the fifth seeds continue this match a little bit longer? Yes, they will indeed. I thought Marchesini had an opportunity to put one of those first shots away just here, when a touch safe, and that's exactly what I mean. You've got to go out to win these match points. You can't let the ball come to you. The opponents aren't going to just give it to you like that. So it's the fifth seeds that prolong this match, and they couldn't do it, could they? 5-2 to the Brazilians in this second set. So at what point does this start to get a little nervy for the Brazilian pair? I don't think they'll be too worried just yet, but it won't take long. If the fifth seeds do manage to sneak a couple more games, then the pressure is really on. But for now, Chow and Marchesini staying calm. Good start to this service game. Serving for the match for the second time here. Castaneda goes deep with that. Castaneda and Costa will continue wanting to make balls. Gonna want to make their opponents hit the winners, not the other way around. They don't want to give any cheap points out. That looked a little nervy. Sophia Chow just getting underneath that and not quite catching it as if she would have wanted. So 30-15 up. I don't believe it. Sophia Chow coming up with the goods at a crucial point. This one here, that is so clutch from the Brazilian. She'll be so pumped with that. They've put themselves in a position where potentially the nerves could start to creep in, but
Ja, gehört irgendwie dazu.
here's another few match points for the Brazilians. Let's not forget they've had match points in the previous 2 games. Can they finish it here? Not yet. Costa and Castellet say, we're gonna wait. We're gonna make you wait a little bit longer for this championship. And there it is, on the 6th time of asking. Sophia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini are the Sand Series Saarlouis Classic Champions of 2024. A remarkable achievement. The year they've had simply is astounding, and they continue to impress on the ITF Beach Tennis World Tour calendar. This was how it was won. Costa and Cassidy putting up a great fight in the end there, delaying it as much as they could, but not to be for the first time finalists, Cassidy and Costa. What a great week they've had, upsetting the number 1 seeds and of course the number 3 seeds en route to this final. But eventually it's the Brazilian world number 3s and the 2nd seeds here in Saarlouis who take the win and get their 2nd consecutive Sand Series final with a win. Let's hear from them as they speak to Jana.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was a really tough match. The girls played amazing well, so congratulations to them. Yeah, the first set was really tough. We were tight, I would say. But we are happy to have won the first set. I think that helped us a lot to play a little bit more freely in the second one. Yeah, we're very happy with the win.
Last year you were third here in Saarlouis. Saarlouis is a little bit special, Saarlouis, because it's in the city. But do you like it to play here in Saarlouis?
Sorry, I don't speak English. Vou falar em português. Saarlouis é um torneio um pouco diferente pra gente. A gente tá fora do nosso país, então a gente tenta se acostumar. Mas estou muito feliz, acho que é o nosso primeiro torneio que a gente ganha fora do Brasil. Então é muito especial e com várias dificuldades aí. Chuva, primeiro set difícil, mas estou muito feliz.
Maybe you can tell us in English.
Maybe I wasn't paying attention.
You don't understand Portuguese, maybe. You're in a really good shape. What is the goal for the rest of the season? The World Championship is coming.
Yeah, for sure, that's a very important tournament for all the girls. It can really change the ranking for a lot of us. So it is one of the focus, but the main focus is to always improve and play well the matches. That's the main goal.
Okay, then all the best for the next season, and yeah, once again, a big hand for our winners here in Saarlouis. Nochmal einen dicken Applaus für unsere Siegerinnen hier in Saarlouis, Sophia Scholl und Vittoria Marchesini. Und die gehen natürlich gleich noch rüber zum Livestream und dem Interview dort. Und ja, wir bereiten alles vor für das große Finale bei den Männern, das dann im Anschluss gleich stattfinden wird.
First in English for ITF, Sophia Scholl, Vittoria Marchesini, champions here in Saarlouis for the first time. So, what you can say? Only thank you. Are you so happy?
Thanks so much.
That's it. So, Sophie, what you can say about this match? Tough tiebreak on the first set. So, what do you think it was decisive to win?
Honestly, play point by point because the girls were playing they played extremely well. So it was really tough to get around, them not to eat us up at the net. And they were also smashing really well, so it was really tough. But yeah, just playing point by point was kind of key to try to get the win.
That's it. E agora?
Yeah, as she said, so important just to go point by point there, especially in the latter stages there. They did so well to get themselves in such a good position of winning that match, and then their opponents just being able to claw it back to that 5-2 stage, and it was starting to look a little bit nervy. So credit to the Brazilians for staying strong and ultimately coming out on top. But let's not forget that was their only second match, second day on centre court in Saarlouis. They've played here on multiple occasions before, but never managed to get on the centre court. So really impressive turnaround from the girls to get that win. Managed to get their 6th match point. First few match points was a real struggle, just a little nervy. But they are super pleased to get the win, and although Marchesini just says thank you, I'm sure she is thinking a lot more on how impressive her tournament has been. And they are now consecutive Sand Series winners on the calendar. And they'll be looking ahead to the next few Sand Series events. Of course, in Valinhos next over in Brazil, their home country. Their home Sand Series event. Of course, they'll be looking to go one more in that one in October. But what an impressive week it's been. 0 sets dropped for Marchesini and Chow. And they are the Saarlouis Classic champions 2024. So not long to go now until the men's final between Mattia Spoto, Nicola Gianotti, the #1 seeds, and some more Brazilians in a final. We have Karani and Mola. They'll be hoping to make it 2 from 2 Brazilian champions in Saarlouis. But can the #1 seeds Gianotti and Spoto hold it off for now? We'll see you in just a few moments' time for the men's final to finish up the Saarlouis Classic here in West Germany. See you in a moment.
tô com pause. Bate essa porra aí, eu jogo assim mesmo, vou jogar um 70. Bota um em 30 e vamos pro pau. Aí igual, velho. Agora tá perfeito. Isso aqui. Agora tá top, viado. Vamos tocar o pau assim mesmo. Due sentine. Quer a rede 1,70, bro? Bro, tá perfeito. Bro, tá perfeito. Bro, você tá doido. Bro, é perfeito. Eu tenho 1,74, deu tanto certo. Dei a minha altura? Eu tenho 1,74. Ok, mas além de ter a minha altura? 1 centímetro, 2 a mais. Andiamo, dai, perché se no giochiamo domani, dai. Guys, can we start with coin toss? Oh, sorry. So, welcome to the ITF finals. Coming from here. You see, we have weather and make everything okay. Thank you. Good. We are playing ball change 9-11. We have 9 Empire. They will check your footballs and your yeah, and you have 1 free football. Okay? Coroa. This. Yeah. Okay. Head. You want head? You want head? Yes. Coroa. Head. Okay. Good. Then. Number? Ok. Você escolhe. Não, nós ganhamos e você escolhe. We let you choose. Okay. Can I take a picture, please? Yes. Okay, they sell. What? We serve. They sell. We serve. We serve. I don't know. One picture, please. One picture. Uma foto assim, ó. Só quer tirar foto com nós, Where are the picture here? This side. This side, okay. What? Picture. Yes. Yes, bro. Wieder so Stangen auf. Genau. Ja. Hier.
We have to play with this rain, or can we wait? And supervisor will, Ricardo will call when the rain is too much. He decides that. He's the only one.
Also, Die Turnierleitung hat entschieden. Wir warten noch einen kleinen Moment mit dem Beginn des Warmspielens aufgrund des Regens, der im Moment eingesetzt hat, wieder etwas stärker eingesetzt hat. So the tournament organization decided to wait a little bit until the rain is not so high as it is at the moment.
Two balls. This final have 50 balls, por favor, seu filho de uma puta. Ah, mas olha isso aqui, bro. Você é burro ou o quê? Essa tá velha, bro. A minha avó é mais nova aqui, ó. Cara, ele não sabe nem onde tá a bola, juro por Deus, tá no céu. Não faz ideia de onde tá a bola. Juro por Deus. Olha lá.
Excuse me. We need already one more. Ah, obrigado.
3 minutes remaining.
Ha preso 50 pari, guarda.
2 minutes remaining.
Ragazzi, guarda così vanno per bene.
Bravo, pilota. Ragazzi, pilota. Arriva, 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 arriva.
Voglio giocare fuori. Se vuoi scartare, voglio giocare fuori. Io dai?
One minute.
Da cá só, primeiro. Sai. Ah, tá, tá. Vai, vai, vai. Vai.
Thirty seconds.
Also im Moment natürlich viele Sitzplätze bei uns in der Hylo Arena frei. Gleich geht's los. Wir werden dann auch mit unserer Mannschaft noch ein bisschen Stühle trocken reiben mit den Handtüchern. Ansonsten sind natürlich die Plätze absolut kostenfrei in der Hylo Arena. Und es sollte eigentlich in den nächsten 1,5 Stunden dann auch mit dem Regen erstmal gut sein.
Time.
Guys, can you come? I want to. We will make a ball change after 2 games, okay?
Oi? Change. After 2 games, change the ball.
2 games, we will change the ball.
Cada 2 games, troca a bola. Tesão, picada de abelha no pé. Delícia.
Okay, guys?
Nossa, eu tomei uma picada tesão aqui, hein?
Well, a very warm welcome back to centre court. And as the sun sets on Grober Market in the town of Saarlouis in West Germany, it's now time for the men's final of the Sand Series Saarlouis Classic. I am super excited. Alex Hyman here to bring you this classic tournament on the ITF Beach Tennis World Tour. And as the music starts, let's get ready for the introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final of the Sand Series Saarlouis Classics 2024. On the left side, representing Brazil, the 17th of the world ranking, Giovanni Cariani.
Giovanni Cariani of Brazil.
Also representing Brazil, the 12th of the world ranking, the third of the last year here in Saarlouis, Daniel Mola.
And Daniel Moller.
And on the right side, the number one of the world champions, the European champions, from France, Nicolas Gianotti. And his partner from Italy, Mattia Spoto.
And the world, the number ones, Nicola Gianotti and Mattia Spoto.
Das Finale kann beginnen, so we can start with the final here in Saarlouis. Wir haben ein bisschen Sitze noch trocken.
So will it be a 7th Sand Series title for the world number ones on the far side of our screens? Or will there be an upset in town for Giovanni Cariani and Daniel Moller? It's their maiden final, of course, the Brazilians. Will they be able to produce on the biggest of stages on this beach tennis calendar? Wow. That was a shot I haven't seen so far today. Completely misjudged that one. Huge swing on that, and that really went the distance. And in the blink of an eye, 3 break points for the number one pairing of Gianotti and Spoto. It really will be interesting to see how the Brazilians, the clear underdogs, how they find a balance of going for it, but also understanding when to just make balls. It's a great start. It's the perfect start for Gianotti and Spoto. A break to love. And they're looking good as ever on this centre court. It's the first appearance for Cariani and Moller on this centre court. Yet to see them in the last couple of days. But they have been producing some really notable results on their way to the final. Of course, taking out Terry Bray and Tristano Fratulio in the first round, 6-3, 6-1. Second round taking out the French pairing of Gotardo and Moretto, 7-6, 6-2. And then the big win in the quarterfinals, overcoming former Sand Series champions Nikita Bermakin and Tommaso Giovanni, 6-1, 6-1. An absolute demolition of the Sand Series champions. And then earlier this morning, taking out Macho Guegano and Hugo Rousseau, the 7 seeds. So they're having the week of their lives, are Molla and Cariani, making their maiden Sand Series final, but you do think that this will be a stern test if they, you know, coming up against the #1 seeds, the reigning world champions.
Bisschen zu weit, der Schmetterschlag. Molla.
Still pretty young are the Brazilians. Molla only 21 years of age, joined by his partner Cariani, only 20 years of age. They're ranked inside the world's top 20. Molla at 12, Cariani at 17. They peaked at their highest in the rankings earlier this year at 12 and 16. Just wide from Gianotti. Huge roar from the underdogs. They want to get into this match ASAP.
Solo, druckvoll das Spiel der beiden Weltmeister und Europameister.
And for those of you that haven't seen Gianotti serve in action yet, it really is a sight to see. It's one of the most formidable shots that any player has in this draw. I haven't seen a shot do as much damage as that in any other match that I've been on this week. Great follow-up off the return from Daniel Molla. Beautifully set up by the return from the racket of Cariani.
Bleibt noch auf der Linie kleben. 2-0 hier in der Hilo Arena.
Just the one title for the Brazilians this year. Not actually one together though. Cariani won his at a BT 400 event. And Daniel Molla with a separate BT 200 level event back in a few months ago in Rio, in his home country. Want to get themselves on the board though in their first Sand Series final, do the Brazilians on the far side. Nicola Gianotti residing in Brazil, of course. Originally from France. Grew up in the Reunion Island where the tour plays host to the Reunion Island early in May this year. But opted to move over and live in Brazil just in terms of training and match fitness. That's the place to be. The real home of beach tennis. So yeah, Giannotti residing in Sao Paulo with a lot of the other beach tennis players. Earlier in May, won the Reunion Classic on his third attempt in the final with Spoto. That was a massive, massive achievement for them both, and milestone they were really looking to get this year. So big box ticked for these two in terms of that event.
Out. Game Giannotti Spoto. Spoto Giannotti leads 3-0.
They've secured another break. Giannotti and Spoto looking good here in the first set. They lead by 3 games to love. So Mattia Spoto to serve from the far side. The number 1 seed is getting a taste of their own medicine. Molla and Cariani all over that point. Great call from Cariani. Saw early that that was going to go deep. But it didn't miss by far, so he had that down to a T, that call. Molla entrusted his partner in that one.
Ja, und jetzt erstmals die Chance für die beiden Brasilianer hier auf 1:3 heranzukommen. First time the chance. The 1-3 for the Brazilians. Den setzt er da hinten in die Ecke rein.
What a serve, Spoto. The kick on that. Look at that, go up and down. Wow. That was seriously impressive, that was. What a leap from Daniel Molla. And his partner in the yellow, Cariani, salutes that shot. The airtime on that seems like it went on forever. That was awesome. And the pair are on the board, the Brazilians. They're underway here in this final, their maiden final. Hoping to hold here and consolidate that break. Good put away from Cariani in the yellow. Nicely set up by the racket of Moller. Perfectly placed into the sand.
Out.
Starkes, druckvolles Spiel der beiden Brasilianer. A lot of pressure.
These guys are pumped. They're up for it, that's for sure. Their first final, why wouldn't you be? Given the opportunity to take on the best in the world. And so far, they are living up to the challenge. He's got an interesting serve, does Moller. Sets up and goes to jump as if he's going to rocket it down, but actually quite a soft serve, more of a placement serve than you would have thought. And that one is falling short, and they've got themselves in a bit of a pickle here at Juice. I feel that if they were to go 4-1 down, they can say bye-bye to this first set. Oh, well held out, Moller and Cariani. Yes to the chest pump, yes to that finish. Awesome stuff from the Brazilians. That was an outrageous rally from all four players. Somehow, Spotto keeping him and Gianotti in the rally, but ultimately, the Brazilians coming out on top, and they're back in this first set. It's Gianotti and Spotto that lead by 3-2.
Alles weiterhin offen in diesem
So Nicola Gianotti serving from the near side. 3-2 up.
hinterm Körper, holt den raus. Cariani.
The tall Frenchman does so well to follow up his serve. It's so crucial for the Brazilians to try and get the return away from the incoming Gianotti.
Ja, das ist das gewohnt druckvolle Spiel der beiden. Der starke aufsteigt und dann der andere, der nachsetzt.
Really well corrected on the serve from Gianotti. Missed the previous one. Just shows you how much confidence he's playing with at the moment. Backs himself to make that serve more times than not. That one straight down the line. Trying to get Cariani on the stretch on the forehand. Yeah, you see Cariani, he's ready for it, but it's so tough to get back with any force. Wow, what a leap from Cariani. Gianotti went so high with that. The timing from Cariani to make that was seriously magnificent. Yeah, good serve from Gianotti. Love the change up in that final stages of that game. Moller and Cariani expecting the one down the line, but Gianotti one step ahead. The number one seeds lead by 4-2 in this first set. Yeah, Cariani all over the net. Seeing the opportunity to poach. After Moller sets him up nicely off the smash. Peppering that side of Spotto. They are leaving a bit of space on that far side. Oh, beautiful Cariani. Not only has he got the big leaping smash, he's got the touch as well. Beautiful array of shots on display right now.
Also, es wird nicht so leicht wie am Anfang vielleicht gedacht für die beiden Weltmeister. Die Brasilianer haben ins Spiel gefunden. Und der bleibt auf der Linie.
Great movement from Gianotti getting back to that one. See him turning sideways and then putting that big backward step getting back for that one, and then Spotto there to mop up at the net. Good stuff from the number 1 seeds. But the Brazilians holding their own right now. They're staying within touching distance in this first set, doing well to neutralize the number 1 seeds. So it's Gianotti and Spotto with a break at 4-3.
Leichte Maus, der Ball von Cariani. 15 love.
Cariani thought his smash was good, but his celebration turned to disappointment as that was called by the chair umpire just long.
Vier Möglichkeiten für die Weltmeister, jetzt hier wieder mit 5:3 in Führung zu gehen. Oh, Daniel Moller just putting that wide, but wasn't far off from being straight into the highlight reel. Carved round to that delightfully, but Gianotti seeing it all the way to the line, making sure that one was out. So a game away then, the number 1 seeds from taking this first set. Moller and Cariani really holding their own. And we'll fancy their chances holding this service game to see if they can make the number 1 seed serve out for this set. It will, of course, be Gianotti serving it out.
So you back the Frenchman to hold his serve when serving out for this set, if it does indeed go there. Great close from the Brazilian Cariani. That was awesome. Want to see more of that from the Brazilians if we can. Oh, just wide. Tough one to miss wide for Spoto. Didn't need to go so close to the lines on that one. But potentially credit to Cariani and Moller for putting that pressure on him. So then, it will be Gianotti to try and serve out for this first set here at the Saarlouis Classic in West Germany. So the Frenchman Nicolas Gianotti preparing to serve this one out and try and take the first set of the Saarlouis Classic 2024 final. They've been in these circumstances many a time before. Looking to get, remember, their 7th Sand Series championship are these two in your screens. Oh, wow, what a return, Cariani. Angled the racket to perfection there. Slightly fortunate that Gianotti and Spoto went for the switch up, but nonetheless, what a return. Just the start that they wanted, the Brazilians. A very tough task to break the serve of Gianotti, but they're on the way. Great start to the game. The umpire just making sure that Gianotti's aware of the ball change. They've increased the frequency of the ball change. due to the conditions we're playing in at the moment. But let's listen in.
It's wet. The both are wet.
Yeah,
Muito difícil pegar duas bolas, de verdade. Hã? É muito difícil, vai dar duas bolas novas.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. We will take this one.
Meio do game.
Players just making sure that the balls are dry enough for them to play. They won't be used to this wet conditions. So used to playing in hot weather and the likes of Reunion and Brasilia by the beach. So a factor that they won't be used to in these wet conditions. Awesome stuff. And it brings up a couple of break points for the Brazilians. The heavier balls may be an advantage for the Brazilians.
Sorry, can you don't do that?
Bitte Ruhe.
One save from the racket of Giannotti. 3 more to go if they're going to save this holder serve in their attempt of clinching this first set right here. Deep from Cariani. And despite being down in this game, you still back Giannotti with his serving to try and escape from this hole. It was the perfect lob that Moller was looking for. And we draw back level. I was just thinking as they were going for the drop shot to drop shot. I was just thinking, who's going to be the first to crumble and go for the lob? And it was Moller, but what a lob it was, causing enough difficulty for even Giannotti being caused issues with the lob. And we're back level at 5 games all in this first set. All business from the #1 seeds. They wouldn't have been expecting such a tight game so far in this first set. So their game faces are very much on.
Da ist tatsächlich aus.
30-10.
Ganz stark im Spiel momentan die beiden Brasilianer, Cariani und Mola.
Brilliant retrieval skills from Mola, but Spotto staying true to himself and managing to get him back in front in that rally. Yeah, there's definitely some space on that forehand side of Cariani. Did well to find it, did Spotto. Just deep, good call from Spotto, good lead from Gianotti. And they're back with break points all of a sudden.
Hier zu erhöhen auf 6:5 im ersten Satz. Aber es bleibt hier weiter spannend.
Crucial point there. Sudden death juice on the Cariani serve. Boom. Mola and Cariani are seriously pumped right now. They are looking the more confident pair right now. They're making the better decisions. It seems as if Gianotti looked a little bit rushed in making that decision to go for the lob. And Mola and Cariani are a game away from clinching this first set. 6-5 to the Brazilians.
Fällt vom Netz ins Aus, Glück gehabt. Die beiden Weltmeister. 15 Love. Stark vorbereitet von Spotto und vollendet. Wahnsinnig starke Schmetterbälle von Mola. 30-15. Und der kommt in. Wahnsinn. Das 30 beide.
Gotta love the energy from these two at the moment. Sensing an opportunity and putting themselves fully in with a shot of this first set. Half a chance then at 30 all on the Spotto serve. Seriously good lead from Spotto. Good serve as well down the middle.
Hier mit 6:6 auszugleichen und einen Tiebreak herauszuholen.
43, 40.
Just about to say how well he set himself up from the return. Getting Spotto nice down low. But a couple of question marks over the call. The umpire's just said he's sure that the ball was deep. Tough to see from that shot, from this angle. But it is out. And now it is the set. In what was a strange ending to the set. It all went very quickly in the end after that call. And then the service fault from Spotto. We're just looking again at that call. It does look very close, doesn't it? But eventually it was called long, I believe. But after a couple of errors, Spotto and Gianotti letting the Brazilians back into that game, and all of a sudden, the number one seeds are in big trouble. They're a set down in this Sand Series Saarlouis Classic final. And we have a serious upset on our hands right now. What on earth will happen in this second set? You'd imagine the number one seeds will come back and force a deciding set. Of course, that would be a championship tiebreak. First to 10 points. What an exciting finish that would be. The final match here, let's not forget. This is the final match of this week's event here in Saarlouis. And Cariani and Moller are really fancying themselves in this one. They're starting off the second set with Moller to serve from the near end. Oh, here's a much closer replay. So tough to call, isn't it? No strict video technology review at beach tennis, just slow replays like you saw there, but I wouldn't want to be the one ruling that in or out, to be honest with you. Wow, goodness me. Cries of wow from the crowd. That really was impressive. Now, how Moller was able to get that one back. And so nearly that one too. Quick reactions from the number one seeds. They look a little bit frustrated about losing that first set. They want to get back on the horse now and look to try and dominate this second set as quickly as possible, and then look to get that third set underway. But still a long way to go for both pairs.
Und wir wechseln in diesem zweiten Satz beim Stand von 1:0 für Gianotti und Spotto.
And just like the first, the world number ones go a break up in that first game of the set.
Zunächst ausgesehen wurde, haben die sich hier auf Band geeinigt, auf Linie geeinigt.
Und so ging der Satz dann doch schneller rum, als wir dachten. Also, faire Geste von Sport.
Great to see the fans sticking around even through the rain. They know that it's not all the time you get world-class beach tennis on display in your hometown. Saarlouis absolutely relishing the opportunity to watch the best in the world do what they do. That's something that the Brazilians have been doing extremely well today. Understanding their position in the rally, whether they're up or down. On that occasion, being up in the rally and then making sure they're there to take full advantage of that. Making sure they're pretty unilateral in their positioning. Made it. Had a bit of success with that return. Giannotti still opting to do the switch, hoping that Spotter will get the poach, but Moller opting to go down the line, and it's paying dividends, that return. Michele Cappelletti watching on. The world number 2. Of course, him and Andre Baran barring out in the quarterfinals.
So, doch jetzt wieder die eigene Möglichkeit, hier mit 2:0 vielleicht in Führung zu gehen.
It's a very impressive hold of serve for Giannotti and Spotto. They consolidate that early break and lead by 2 games to love in this second set.
Es passt einfach vieles bei den Brasilianern. Und wir begrüßen auch mittlerweile den Bürgermeister Carsten Quirin hier bei uns im Stadion in der Hülo Arena. Schön, dass er da ist.
The overhead nearly paying off. That was seriously impressive. They call it the hook. It's that far behind you. Got to try and hook it back, but not quite from Moller. Goodness me, that had some serious power on it from the racket of Moller. The racket head speed was a joke. Spotto seeing that one before anyone else and was there to react and pinpoint accuracy on the block. They look a little bit stunned out there, does Gianotti and Spotto. Just can't quite believe how well their opponents are playing. And that'll do it. Tagging Gianotti on the way. And the 5th seeds are on the scoreboard in this second set. They trail by 2 games to 1.
So, wir haben in der Hülo Arena noch
Oh, what a beautiful shot on the backhand side from Daniel Moller. Just that one there. And a delightful little block from his partner Cariani. Really gelling well together at the moment. I'd never thought I would say this, but looking like the more confident pairing than the world number ones right now. Oh, managed to hold himself up to that smash. They do just look really determined to get this one. Really sensing the opportunity and the occasion here. It's their first Sand Series final, but you would have thought they've been in this scenario many a time, considering how well they've been playing and how they've just been taken to it. Seriously impressive from the Brazilians. They really are getting the better of the world number ones in those little exchanges. I always feel more confident when Moller and Cariani are on the ball in those situations. And I can't believe I'm saying that, but I really feel they are the better pair right now. You see what I mean? They're just on fire. Just don't look like they're going to miss in that situation. Always picking the right time to go for the lobs. Spotto accepting that there's nothing he could do about that one. And we're back level in this second set at 2 games all. Such stark contrast with the serving of the Brazilians to the serving of Gianotti, isn't it? tame serve. Comparing it to Giannotti, but almost as effective. Oh my goodness me. It's taking so much for Giannotti and Spother to get through this Brazilian pair right now. Giannotti hands on hips in disbelief. But I do say tame serve. I mean, it's doing damage. It's not a weakness right now for the Brazilians. Oh my goodness. Cariani with the acrobats. Look at that. Wow.
Giovanni Cariani.
Yeah. The faces say it all. So after all that, a break point does eventually arise for the world number ones. And so the defending champions then back in front in this set. They're trailing, but they're a game to the good. 3 games to 2 up in the second set. So fabulous seeing the fans of Saarlouis stick it out here in the Grobber market. Witnessing history take place in front of their very own eyes.
That's a block from Mola.
And it is credit to the beach tennis team here in Saarlouis making this event so fun to attend. So much going on around the grounds. Such a good fun party vibe with the music all throughout the day as well. We have been seeing it across various sports, haven't we? With the music playing throughout. Sports presentation, such a key part of today's world. Promoting the sport, giving the sport that platform to try and appeal to all sorts of audiences, of course, including that younger generation. We've seen it with cricket, with the 100 going on this summer. Got DJs galore throughout, keeping those fans entertained. goodness me. Gone for around the back. And he's connected with it well as well. But there's no doubt that this shorter format of things, just like in beach tennis, the one serve, the sudden death juice, quick, fast-paced play, really does pay off for the fans. Ultimate tennis showdown. Patrick Mouratoglou's UTS doing exactly that in creating that sort of atmosphere, the party atmosphere. So enjoyable for the younger generation to get involved. And the older ones too, really enjoying it to their surprise. And keep an eye out for a new sort of tennis, time tennis. Take a look at that, that should be great fun. Spotter with the finish. But yeah, time tennis. Playing with the tiebreak scoring to keep it nice and simple. So often, people not involved in beach tennis or tennis don't understand the scoring system. And it is not so easy sometimes for people coming from other sports. So they're looking to keep that nice and simple. Got timed periods where the ball will be in play, but you know exactly how long it's going to go on for. So exciting times as that gets underway later this year in North America. Nicely put away from Spotto. And they've got themselves a little lead here in this second set. They're up 4-2 over the Brazilians. But God, the Brazilians making it so tough for the defending champions here. They're just loving it, aren't they? Drink in hand. Dance moves on display. It's beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff, Nicola Giannotti showing his class with the finish. Nice easy put away. They really would love the safety of a double break, wouldn't they?
Der sitzt. Starkes Spiel von Giannotti.
Couple of break points for the world number ones. Let's try and take charge of this set.
Es geht wieder über den Einstand. 5-2, 4-3. Was kommt?
Oh my goodness, Cariani is having the game of his life right now. It's a joke.
Wahnsinn, ganz stark von
Oh my goodness, he's taking full advantage of his level of play. And they keep themselves indeed within touching distance of the world number ones in this set.
Wahnsinn! Erster No-Look-Stop von Spotto und dann der Schmetterschlag hinterher von Gianotti.
Well dealt with, Cariani. Not easy. Had to watch that all the way down onto his racket. That high ball. Gianotti, Spotto doing anything they can to try and put these Brazilians off their rhythm. Perfectly placed down the middle onto the backhand side of Gianotti. And you sense if Molo and Cariani can get this break, they must feel like they're really within a great shot of taking this title. The way they've been playing, back them to win any game right now. And with that, we're back level at 4 games all, and they are unsettling. The world number ones, they really are. I mean, I haven't seen Gianotti and Spotto play this poorly in quite a few matches. It's just quite a few mistakes coming off the rackets of the Italian-French pairing, the reigning world champions, let's remember. As we look to change balls, getting new balls into play, of course, more frequently today because of the wet conditions. The ball's just getting so wet if they happen to leave the main court. If they get onto the concrete, they just get so much water on them. So a good call from the officials to implement a few new balls a little bit more frequently. Oh, Cariani just hitting his partner there with the ball. So a huge game then, you think. Moller and Cariani, if they hold here, they're just within one game from the title. Rushing Giannotti into that error was Cariani. Love his movement towards the net. Oh, and that goes deep from Giannotti, aiming for the rainbow shot. Oh, just deep. And that can be the problem of rushing into the net that quickly. Is yourself, you just get a bit rushed. It comes a bit too quickly in. Doesn't give you as much time as you normally would. Back a few steps. Oh, and Giannotti was ready to hit that, but Spoto opted to take it for himself and goes long with the smash, and it gives a game point to Moller. Beautiful. Really nicely played from Mattia Spoto. Waiting for his chance to go for the lob, and does them both. Brazilians stuck on their heels. So a huge point then, sudden death. And they've done it, Giannotti with the error. The Brazilians are now a game away from taking their first ever Sand Series title together. On their first attempt in a Sand Series final. Awesome stuff from the Brazilians. Their fans watch on. They're a set and 5-4 to the good.
Laula in der Hülo Arena. So, finden die Weltmeister jetzt nochmal ein Mittel? Können sie verkürzen bzw. ausgleichen?
Perfect start to this must-win game for Giannotti and Spoto.
Starker Stopp von Gianotti. Nicht mehr was mitzubringen.
No chance that one's coming back. These guys have been so strong on the smash today. Such good racket head speed, taking it at the fullest height it gets at. Awesome stuff. Brilliant exchange from all four. I was holding my breath just as they were going for these drop shots here. I do wonder why Cariani went up for the lob there. Just hold your ground and wait for the others to feel like they have to go for the lob. But credit to Gianotti and Spotto. Finished the point off well. Notice Gianotti just taking some pace off the serve. I did see him shaking out his wrist at the beginning of this game, so I wonder if he's just feeling a little bit tired after all this serving. Given the pace his serve is usually at, no wonder it puts a lot more on that wrist. Let's see if he adds some pace here. Oh, it's landed in. Somehow, what a block. Hands on hips for the world number ones. And you wouldn't believe it. It's now a match point on this sudden death juice for Daniel Moller and Cariani, the Brazilians. Could it be 2 from 2 for the Brazilians after Sofia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini won their women's final earlier on today? Oh, Gianotti with a huge serve to save match point. Wow, that was ballsy. Such a crucial time to come up with that serve. Oh, just that one. Missed that a couple of times now, has Cariani. Just letting it drop a touch too low, but Gianotti dropping that one down nicely.
Absolut hochklassiges Weltklasse Beachtennis hier in der Hülo Arena.
Really is tense moments here in the latter stages of this set.
4 Möglichkeiten für die Weltmeister jetzt hier mit
And that'll do it. It's a break for the world number ones, having saved match point in the previous game. What fighters they are. The world number ones then take the lead by 6 games to 5 in this second set.
außen. Topspin-Ball, den da schlägt. Gianotti.
Just the start that they wanted in this game.
Und auch den legt er wahnsinnig stark dort hinten rein. Im Moment haben sie wieder Oberwasser hier. Die Weltmeister und Europameister, die Titelverteidiger hier in Saarlouis.
You really can never rule out Gianotti and Spotto having saved that match point, looking down and out. They've come back and they're looking in a pretty strong position now. 1 point away then from taking us in to that third set tiebreak. And with that blocked miss from Cariani, having saved the match point on a sudden death juice point in the previous game, Gianotti and Spotto have forced a decider here. And the men's doubles final of the Saarlouis Classic will be decided on a match tiebreak.
Und die Titelverteidiger gehen erstmal mit 1:0 in Führung. Den lässt er sich nicht nehmen. Giovanni Cariani.
That's not going to cut the mustard if you're Spotto. Giving it straight to the forehand side of Cariani. As Andre Baran looks on. That'll go deep after it takes a little net cord on the way over. And it's Daniel Moller and Cariani with the mini break early on in this third set tiebreak. Tense moments then in the final stages of the Saarlouis Classic. Oh, getting up to that so well is Cariani. Even the apology there. Totally legitimate play going at the bodies. Such a good play though. Played that smash with such big margin. No room for error obviously in these tie breaks. Oh, what a block. Cariani embraced by Moller.
6-1 in diesem Match Tiebreak.
And remember, changing sides after every 4 points now. But just the start that the Brazilians would have hoped for. They have completely forgotten about that missed opportunity to take the title earlier on in this match at 5-4 in the second set. All is forgotten. Oh, he falls on his back, and that's a brilliant leave from Moller and Cariani. I can't quite believe Gianotti and Spotto with the misses. We've seen them come off their rackets. Nice close from Spotto, seeing the opportunity to shut down that net. These guys are seriously going at each other when they have the opportunity. Understanding that the defensive skills of everyone here is just so strong. No way. I think he's got him. He's just gonna apologize on the way through. Oh dear. Got him on the nozzle. Cariani picks himself back up though. No time for injuries just now. Still in the lead, the Brazilians. 5-3 up now. Spotto and Gianotti have themselves a little comeback of their own. Oh, beautiful. Really nicely played from Nicola Gianotti, the world number 1. That was not an easy smash. Pushed back. Slots it down the middle with a little bit of slice on that. That was saucy from the Frenchman. Puts them back within a point of the Brazilians. Interesting contrast between the bells of the St. Ludwig Catholic Church here in Saarlouis and the beating tunes of the DJ. But all eyes on this magnificent final set tiebreak. Gianotti and Spotto to serve from the near side at 4-5. And that's the exact serve that Gianotti brought out at match point down in the latter stages of the second set, and it's pulled out again, and it's paid off. Could this match be any closer? 1 set all, 5 points all. It's landed in. That was a nice little rainbow shot there from Moller. That ball came in on his backhand side, and he's just come around the top of the ball to get his forearm coming over the top of the ball. Perfect time to put that shot into play. We're getting closer here. Cariani to serve at 6-5. And as the bells keep on ringing, the smashes keep on coming. Nice put away from Spotto.
Wir wechseln wieder die Seiten. Die Weltmeister in Front.
And having had a 4-1 deficit in this final set, Gianotti and Spotto have put themselves back in the lead here. Just a few points away, clinching another Sand Series title. Mattia Spotto to serve. Can Gianotti back him up? Spotto doesn't give him the opportunity to back him up. Not the play you'd hope for at such critical stages in this set. But we're back on level terms. Would you believe it? That was such a good return from Cariani. Set his partner up, and Molla with the leap. The acrobatics from the Brazilian, and they're now back in front at 8-7. So topsy-turvy, this tiebreak. Cariani loving that. Oh, I do wonder why they kept on going for the lob there. Putting themselves in such a tough position to try and block those ones back from Spotto. Tied at 8 points all. Who's going to be the first pairing to get their match point? Oh, it's gonna be the world number ones. Or did it?
The first match point for Gianotti and Spotto.
I thought Gianotti might have touched the net there, but no. Oh, he did. And as a result of touching the net on the follow-through, it's Molla and Cariani who get the match point. And I don't believe it. What drama at the end here. So is it going to be a first Sand Series title for Molla and Cariani? Gianotti to serve. It would be a huge break of the serve to win this, wouldn't it? And it's saved by Gianotti. Cool under pressure from the Frenchman. Decent lead from Spotto on that one. The Brazilians just not doing enough off the return. And Andre Baran rubbing his hands together, absolutely loving the entertainment he's seeing on centre court here in Saarlouis. 9 points all then. Will he go the same way as he did? Someone's getting too heavily involved. So a little reset from the Frenchman.
Can someone take this guy off, okay? Please, someone from the team or something. Sorry, but this is a very important game, okay? We have enough here, okay?
Drama in Saarlouis. Gianotti opting for the down the line, changing it up. Moller urging on Cariani to not get too downhearted about that. But a terrific serve from Gianotti. We've come to expect that in recent months. He keeps on producing with that serve. Match point, Gianotti. Spotto now. Oh my goodness, the touch is outrageous from Cariani. Oh, Spotto just hoping that would land out, but it lands in, and we're tied again. Spotto now with the big overhead. Such fine margins right now. That was the match point save from Cariani. Wasn't able to repeat it in the next point. So it's Gianotti and Spotto with their third match point. And there it is. What scenes here in Saarlouis on centre court. That really was an escape to victory for Nicola Gianotti and Mattia Spotto. Roars of relief from the big Frenchman. They've done it, and that was not looking likely for a lot of that match we've just witnessed here on centre court. What an achievement. The defending champions have done it again. That's 2 in a row here in Saarlouis. And of course, that's 2 in a row this year on Sand Series titles, having won the Brasilia Classic earlier on this year in June.
It was more than a tough game today here, a tough match today. I think we have seen the Brazilian wall today. Wasn't it like that?
Yeah, I know. First things, congrats to these young guys. Gigi and Daniel, they are playing incredible. It was at the middle of the second set. We were very close to give up. They play incredible. It's a feeling incredible. I don't like this tournament because the last year we won 10-8, now 12-10. I don't like it's too much emotion on this tournament. Thanks all. It was very difficult to me at the end of the match with the French guy. So it was a French guy, but we won together with my partner. I'm very happy.
Mattia,
it is very special to play here in Saarlouis. It's in the city and all these things. Yeah, tell me something about your feelings here in Saarlouis.
It's incredible play here. We love playing in this sand. So it's amazing for us come back here all years. And I love win this tournament more than the other one because it was so difficult. Also the last one here, it was it, but it's different play against them or against Cape and Baran. I think that against them, also if they are, I think the third or fourth team at this moment. So I hate play against them, but it's different play against them or Cape and Baran. We knew that we had to win, and we did it also if the conditions were very difficult. So thank you for respect. Also the match. Thank you. Thank you of my coach. He was there, give us energy and calm. It was amazing, and we will be so happy to come back here the next year. Thank you very much.
Hopefully, thank you. And just one question, you're in really good shape. You have to defend your title at the World Championship. Is that the next goal for you?
Yeah, we arrive here with the nose, and we need to win 2 tournaments in a row. We made the first one, and it will be very, very difficult to win the second one, but we will try the maximum to do it. But we know we will play against like this team or type of team, but yes, it will be a very good objective in 2 weeks. Let's go.
Okay, then all the best for the next games. Once again, congratulations und nochmal einen Riesenapplaus für unsere beiden Sieger, Nicolas Gianotti und Mattia Svotto. So, wir haben noch mal ganz kurz die Live-Interviews drüben.
Now let's hear from the champions. They're down on court with Jana.
Die Damen als auch die Herren-Siegerehrung jetzt direkt hier bei uns.
For ITF, Mathias Poto, Nicolas Gianotti, champions one more time here in Saarlouis. So, I have no words. You have?
Me too. Like I said before on the microphone, I hate to play in this tournament. The last year we won 10-8 on the super tie, and now 12-10 maybe, I don't know. It's too much emotion to play against these guys. I think we passed like a lot of emotion against Ginjo and Dani, good or not sometimes, but we love to play against them because they are very good friends. We hate to play against them because they play very good. Now it's too much emotion, now it's difficult. I have the feeling that I won the World Championship because it was very difficult for us at the middle of the second set. We come back, we didn't give up. It was very close to give up. We saved 1 or 2 match points, I don't know. 2 match points, so we stay together. We are very, very, very happy and focused on the next tournament.
That's it. E é isso, amantes, amigos do beach tennis, estou com eles estão comigo. Talvez eles não tenham palavras nesse momento. E realmente o que aconteceu aqui na quadra central foi mais do que um espetáculo. Não sei nem se vocês esperavam isso, porque talvez seja o melhor jogo que vocês tenham feito contra o Didi Mola, de todos esses que vocês fizeram na temporada. Esse com certeza foi o que o pessoal lá em casa gostou mais, viu? Porque realmente parabéns pelo fair play por 2 vezes na partida, Gianotti.
Obrigado, Barra. Eu queria falar dessas coisas. Conseguimos ganhar também com o set point que salvamos com a Riga, o match point a 8 iguais, eu toco a edge, depois tem garoto bêbado que fala para mim que ele tá francês, ele me falava francês, mas uma coisa positiva, mas não estava bom momento, ele estava bêbado. Então, com tudo isso conseguimos ganhar isso. Mas eu acho que estava um bom espetáculo para todo mundo no Brasil, na televisão. Você não bateu o recorde mundial com esse? Não, que pena. Não.
É por causa do fuso, viu?
Pode ser. Jogar na alemão não é uma outra coisa, mas sim. Parabéns a eles de novo. É incrível de jogar contra nossos amigos.
É isso, Spoto, fala um pouquinho pra gente em que momento você sentiu ali nos 2 sets, que foram muito parecidos, né? Vocês abriram 4-2 e depois chegaram no 4-4, eles fizeram. Então, fala o que você achou, em que momento que você acha que as coisas saíram um pouco do controle?
Não sei, tipo, eu percebi que sempre a gente tinha o controle e as coisas estavam dependendo da ele. Tipo, normalmente eu sei, a gente sabe que quando jogamos muito bem, por armas, para não sei o que, a gente consegue controlar o jogo. Também se perdemos, mas sabemos o que está acontecendo na quadra. Hoje foi incrível, porque eu tinha o controle, mas não consegui ganhar o ponto. Então não estava entendendo. E acho que também a gente não estava mais acostumado a jogar juntos, passou 1 mês e meio. A última vez que jogamos juntos foi lá em Porto Rico, que estávamos ganhando 6-1, 5-1. Então, com certeza, com o placar que estava disputado, foi difícil fechar o jogo. Também o primeiro set estava 4-1 para nós, acho. 4-1, 4-2. O segundo set também. Sempre eles voltaram. Então, com certeza, esse torneio vai dar confiança para o Mundial que vai ter daqui a 2 semanas.
Então tá bom, a gente se vê no Campeonato Mundial. Parabéns, Gianotti, parabéns, Espoto. É isso, Evandro Rufino, eles vão assinar a câmera do Play. Avisa que são eles, e eles estão e são, mais uma vez, campeões aqui no Sand Series de Saarlouis, o clássico. Eles levaram, Evandro.
Janaroca, eles levaram esse grande título aí para casa aí, a dupla Nicolas Gianotti e Matias Espoto. Bom, negócio seguinte, a gente vai finalizando aqui a nossa transmissão. Quero deixar registrado também essa questão desse fair play que teve o Nicolas Gianotti na partida. Ele, nenhum set point foi o fair play. Eles acabaram perdendo o primeiro set, depois mais um fair play no match point contra eles. Ele também acusou que a bola bateu na rede ali, então realmente, olha, é admirável aí todo esse fair play. Por isso que o beach tennis é esse esporte fantástico, é esse esporte grandioso aí, por essa honestidade que tem todos os atletas de beach tennis. Realmente, ó, meus parabéns aí, Gianotti, Espoto, fantástico. Bom, agora a gente vai falar do sorteio, certo? Vamos lá, roda o sorteio aí, quem foi o ganhador? Leila Freitas, você é a ganhadora do sorteio da raquete da Mormai. Leila Freitas, entre em contato com o Play BT, você é membro do programa Play BT, você está seguindo a Mormai Beach Tennis e também seguindo o nosso Instagram do programa Play BT. Parabéns, Leila Freitas, a ganhadora do sorteio da raquete da Mormai do time Brasil de Beach Tennis. Bom, é isso aí, vamos encerrando por aqui, vai ter agora a cerimônia de premiação. Quero agradecer demais a audiência de todos vocês. Sempre muito gratificante a gente poder fazer esse trabalho, a gente atravessar o oceano e trazer o melhor de beach tennis para todos vocês aí do Brasil e do mundo. Play BT continua ao vivo, daqui a pouquinho vai estar ao vivo lá em Rio Brilhante, ITF BT 100, vai estar ao vivo também lá em Aracaju, ITF BT 100, e também estamos ao vivo em São Paulo, no Inter Arenas. Então, ó, minha gratidão, tamo junto, porque juntos fazemos história, e é Play BT, seu canal do Beach Tênis. Vamos, time! Obrigado, Saarlouis, obrigado, Alemanha, até 2025. Beijo, Evandro Rufino, tchau, obrigado!
And there we have it. It is Nicola Gianotti and Mattia Espoto, crowned champions of the men's event. And as you can see, the women's event collecting their trophies. It was Sofia Chow and Vittoria Marchesini who took the title earlier on in straight sets fashion as well. And so that's it, folks. That is done and dusted from Saarlouis in West Germany for yet another year. I've been Alex Ivan. It's been a joy to bring you the world's best beach tennis to your screens on YouTube from the ITF. Until next year, it's goodbye.
So ladies, stay there and we will bring you the man. And now the official award ceremony of the double man tournament.